Him. You're a pimp? That makes you the hoe. I'm not a whore. What do you do for a living? Make people laugh. Make you feel good, right? You the hoe. That's not right. Why do you do what you do? Why? Because I enjoy it. It's the best way I know to make money. You the hoe. Wait a minute. What if I said I do it only because I enjoy it? You the dumb hoe. So what ideas do you have for my career? First thing I gotta do is school you in street word. What?
Don't shoot.
What word?
Right?
My man D. Still with the same old things. It's been 3 months.
Oh, there. What the hell? Dog, where did I heard that? Heard what? Dog, you're not white. You are neon white. You're so white, you ain't Barry Manilow look like a brother. I like Barry Manilow.
Hey,
you getting up?
I heard
Oh, shit.
I never the other night.
I'm not gay, just like, yeah, it's all good, yeah. Do you think this is gonna work between us? Let's make an analogy here, an analogy. If we were food, I would be a fine, What about me? Every good wine needs a cracker. Oh, that's funny shit right there. You got none of that shit. Oh, we got a fine hoochie mama right here. You looking to go home with some real wood? You like it. I need these shorts, but it ain't my feet pulling me up. What are you doing? Trying to find me some hoes, dog. Oh, you mean women? Oh, I got it. Okay. Word. Don't you ever do that again. I don't know what the hell it was. Get some damn the hell out of here. The white folk is sitting there going, what the fuck was that? I got some advice for you, boy. Stay white. Right, look, I know a lot of white people emulate the African-American culture. Yeah, the thing's a better word than that, but irritating.
Now that's
So I say it again, and it goes for most everybody in this room. I stay black, you stay white, right? As for my Mexican brothers and sisters, you learn English, motherfuckers. How about that? That's funny shit right there. Look, sweet daddy, who are some of your other clients? Ooh, I can't tell you that. Why? I gotta protect their anonymity. Well, give us a hint. How about some initials? OJ. Oh, shit. So you have some athletes, more athletes? Oh, sure enough. So you like sports? Oh, yeah, I like sports. Let's talk about sports. What do you think about the hockey strike we had not long ago? You know, hockey strike. Oh, yeah, me and all those brothers were dancing good, and then they going, oh, Lord, they want to do hockey. Thank the Lord we got NASCAR. NASCAR, there's another dumbass cracker boy. NASCAR's very popular. I know that, I just don't get it. What is wrong, white man, going 500 miles in a circle? What the hell? What kind of 3.5 hours is this? Look, they're making a left turn. Oh, they're making another left turn. Oh, they're making another left turn. I wonder what's going to happen next. coffee. Yeah. Before you experience my brown goodness, I gotta go through a big-ass white filter. Yeah, honey, she ready. Sweet Daddy, do you like the audience here? Oh, I love your crowd, but I feel a little bit outnumbered. Is there one other brother in the house tonight? Oh, yo, dog. Start up the car. I need you out back after the show. It's like we're at a Dwight Yoakam concert or something like that. Sweet Daddy, before you go, why did you choose me as a client? Because you're safe. I got a lot of clients in the jail and in trouble. I don't think you'll put your ass in jail anytime soon.
Take the elevator up the top.
That's because they think lotion illegal.
And B, try not to get too much shit. We can make you a
Will you please drop the lotion? Okay, but I ain't picking up to do a deal. There's Sweet Daddy D. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, how do we describe this next guy? Pretty much just white trash trailer park. Please help me welcome Bubba J. How you doing, Bubba J? I'm doing pretty good. Well, I'm glad you're here. Yeah, I was fixing to come here, and I went out the front door to come here, and I came here, and I got here, and here I am. So, Bubba J, what does the J stand for? My last name is Junior. Oh. Good thing they didn't name you Junior. Yeah, they do. Junior. That's my brother's name. Bubba J, what have you been doing today? I've been watching NASCAR and drinking beer. That's your favorite sport. Yeah, NASCAR is too. You know, NASCAR is very hot right now. Oh, I know. Everybody loves NASCAR. Well, Sweet Daddy said it's just a bunch of guys driving in a circle. Oh, I know. That's my favorite part. They're making a left turn. It's a sport that's easy to follow when you're hammered.
Yeah, there he is.
I understand you got a new tattoo. Yeah, I got another one somewhere else that'll grow. Did you get it? I got it. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing that most NASCAR drink too much. Oh, because it's not true? Oh, no, it's true. I'm just tired of hearing it. Makes me thirsty for another beer. Well, besides beer, do you ever have wine in the track? Yeah, I have box wine. Yeah, wine that comes in a box. Yeah, it's great. If you had too much to drink, then you got something to throw up in.
We have over 600 vendors worldwide. There's a lot on our plate, way too many emails. But with Gemini and Gmail, we can instantly summarize and compare vendor proposals. We never miss a detail, and those things matter.
What if life were just more?
If true, that's
More rewards, more savings, more special offers. That's what new Fuel Rewards members get at Shell. Join to save 10 cents per gallon on your first fill, 20 cents per gallon on the second, 30 cents per gallon on the third, and enjoy everyday savings afterwards. Simple as that. The more you fill, the more you save. Join today, because life should be more rewarding.
Bubba J, don't you worry about
There's
your
no
health.
way in hell you know.
Your health. Oh, like what? Your liver? Oh, no. My last induction to the aliens took it.
Actually, I dosed myself
Inducted by aliens. I don't think I know. They took me and they stuck something in my and not in the good way.
appreciate the help.
Look, Bubba J, when you go to a NASCAR race and you party a lot, who is your designated driver? What the fuck is that?
Excuse me.
Do you drive?
Show me what you got.
No, officer. I'm practicing. Yeah. Bubba J, have you ever had an intervention? Yeah, and penicillin cleared it right up. Stupid cousin. It was a second cousin. That's a gray area. All right. Bubba J, do you play any sports yourself? Does quarters count? No. You have a drinking problem? No, I've pretty much got it figured out. What's your favorite beer? An open one?
Are you sure?
And how do you know when you've had too much? I run out? Have you ever been to an AA meeting? AA is for quitters. Hey, Mr. Dunn, I was wondering, what is it that you do for a living? I'm a comedian. Oh, you are? Yeah. You got one of them catchphrases? Well, you know, I'm a ventriloquist. Oh, you don't eat meat? What? Bubba J, are you married? Oh, yeah. Is your wife pretty? Yeah. No. What's the difference? The light? Where'd you meet your wife? At the family reunion? What? So, Bubba J, where was this family reunion? At State Fair. State Fair, Why don't you tell us about the first time you saw your wife? All right. There she was.
I'll take a look.
Bored? Yeah, bored. Where was she? Oh, she's leaning up against the Ferris wheel. Yeah. Making it tilt. Sunlight glistening off her curlers.
Yeah, man, don't get the fuck out of the way.
Budweiser Indian. Oh, a tattoo's growing. I went up to her and I said, young woman, you look more delicious than mayonnaise oozing out of a spam sandwich. And then she smiled. Yeah. What a tooth. So I guess you dated her a little while? Yeah, a little bit. Did you propose? No, her and Daddy did that for me. How'd that happen? I was supposed to come pick her up about 7 o'clock one night, got there at 7:30. Yeah. Her daddy was on the front porch with his shotgun. He said, hey, Bubba J, guess who else is late? I'm glad you're laughing. Somebody had to explain it to me. I still don't get it. So I guess he had the wedding at the church? Yeah. Had the reception at Walmart? Walmart, yeah. Why, easier to return the gifts? Yeah, we walked in the front door.
Sure.
Take a look. He goes, hey, welcome to Walmart. Get your shit and get out. Look at that, Bubba J. I met this next guy many years ago, also when I was in college. He's not from the United States. He's from a small Micronesian island in the South Pacific. And he hopped a cruise ship. I actually met him down in Florida. We met up, we talked a little bit. I thought it was kind of funny. We went on stage together a few times, and he's been in my act ever since. Please help me welcome my buddy, Peanut.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Well, looks like a pretty good crowd tonight. You like it here? Oh, I love coming here to Now, this one, which is the one we're in right now. Peanut, where are we? You don't know? I don't think you know. I forgot. You forgot? Yeah, wait, go sit down. The new places I forgot. Think about it for a second. All right. Damn. Drive from the valley was bad as hell. Traffic sucked like hell. Drivers angry as hell. And you were scared as hell. Parking here sucked more like hell. So we're in hell. And these are our hellmates. Think of that. Next time something tells you to go to hell, and come right here. Where are we? I don't know. Help me out. Help me out. Sorry. I wrote it down for you. Oh, yes, I love coming to. Sa, nata, na. What is this, frickin' Indian reservation? What the hell? How? It's Santa Ana. What's a Santa Ana? Look, I know I didn't finish school, but that frickin' says Santa Ana. Dumbass. I will never blink. They pronounce it Santa Ana. Well, they're wrong. Santa Ana, Santa Ana, Santa Ana. It's Santa Ana. Are you sure? It's okay. You're happy to be here? What, you're happy to be here? Oh, yes, I am. Just last week I was lying in bed and I woke up sobbing. I will never be happy until we return to Santa Ana. And now we're here. Thank you for letting me. Fine city. Okay. Playing in a very nice theater. Okay. This town's great. It's a fine city. Have you looked around? Holy crap! Sucks. A lot of history in this city. Translated old as shit.
Step into a new 2025 Kia Sportage and set out on your next adventure. Wherever the road takes you, Sportage offers the perfect blend of performance, capability, technology, and comfort. Whether it's the class-leading cargo row and second-row legroom, or available 12.3-inch dual panoramic displays, embrace the journey in a Kia Sportage. Click now to view our inventory.
Receive my enlightenment in through your nose, out. No bones during asana.
Yeah, as I complete this level of royalty.
This is for relaxation.
Such royalty sound. Can you
puzzle game. Sometimes easy, sometimes hard, but always satisfying. It takes my mind to a whole new level. Plus, there are no ads or nasty pop-ups to take you out of the moment. I've never been so chill.
This is undermining our chakras.
You're undermining the chakras.
I want to play. I would like to play too.
I would like to play as well.
Be quiet, Mark. It's Steve. That's what I said.
I think we all want to play.
Please. The class is trying to start.
Now gently open your game and swipe your worries away.
This isn't quite the zen I was going for.
Why are you still here?
You guys didn't have to tie me up.
And inhale.
Sorry.
The drive down here did suck.
Yes, it is.
Was in the 405, then the 5. Holy crap! Thank goodness we turn on the radio and listen to the traffic report.
How much good did that do us?
None whatsoever. I hate the traffic reports. They're a waste of time. Right, let me do the traffic reports. I'll save everyone a lot of time and money. All right. Hey, Tina, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. There's a lot of traffic out there. What's going on?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Everyone left the house at the same damn time. Back to you.
Call me back at 5:30. I'll tell you the same thing. Only guess what? We're going the other way.
That's detailed.
You know what else pissed me off today? What? Trying to use my cell phone. Having trouble, just like the stinking commercials. Can you hear me now? How about now? How about now? Now. You know what you don't hear in those commercials? But the other end of the conversation. What a piece of shit! You know what cell phone sex is? No, can you feel me now? How about now? This guy's not getting any of this. I've been watching it the whole time. This all going. Meow. I'm just kidding, buddy. What's your name?
What is your name?
I'm fucking looking right at you. Aren't I? I think so. Fix my eyes, asshole. It's hard to talk to somebody if you're not looking right at them. I know. It's like trying to talk to somebody who has a lazy eye. You don't know which eye to focus on. Yeah, they're done that. You're sitting there talking to them thinking, oh, crap, should I be looking at that eye or that eye? Focus, you moron! What? What if someone here has a lazy eye? How come you do? Hurry up, bugger! Here. You know what pesto is? Pesto. It's the stuff that goes on salad and pizza. No, pesto. It's in the dishes with the hair lip. What if somebody here has a hair lip? Sorry. Oh, stop it. Boy, what if they have a hair lip and a lazy eye? They're really going to be lipped up. Back to you, dude. I'm getting you right here in the blonde hair and the glasses. What's your first name? What do you do for a living, Terry?
On the floor in one other area.
Business analyst. Fascinating.
Oh, there it is.
How the hell does that work? Just go.
You are a business. Motherfucker.
So, where are we before this? Before this, we were in D.C. Yes, Washington, D.C. This is the show in a theater. A lovely theater. About 5 minutes in the show, I had put down. About where you're sitting, dude. There was a guy sitting right there where you are, and then he was facing that way, right? And every time I said something, the guy went. And I go, hey, buddy, what are you doing? The guy goes. It was a signer, right? A signer! Think about this for a second. They brought a bunch of deaf people to see the ventriloquist. What? What are you doing next? They're going to blindfold to see David Copperfield. Disappear. Oh my God, he's juggling now. You should see. Sorry. What the hell are they thinking? It is the show and all this guy's sitting to piss me off. I never actually seen myself talk before. So I thought, oh, this guy. Suddenly in the middle of the show, I went, hey, stop sign, thank you. Turn around, doing, horseshoe, turtle. These poor dastards just signed away. All the deaf folks are like, what the hell's going on? Our guy sucks. And then to really screw with the guy, I went. Of course, now he's just sitting there. All the deaf folks are like, What are we missing? Sad part is, we're going to hell, aren't we? Look, here we are.
Fucking Jesus Carol, that's it.
Check it out. Look. Are you ready? Si, senor. There's something that new folks don't know. Tell them what you are. Like the jalapeno on the stage. That's our jalapeno on the stage. See, tell them your name. My name is Jose. Jose, say, hey, what? Jose Jalapeno. On the stage. And you're Mexican. No, senor. Mexicans are from Mexico. I see. I am Cuban. Ah, I'm from Florida. I'm sitting
Hold
guys
on.
had a good day today? Yes, we had a great day. No, we did not. Yes, no, we did not have a Yes, we had a great freaking day. What?
Yep.
Did you have a good day? Yeah. No, shut up. A good day? Yes. No, shut up. You're supposed to have taken him to the spa. I took him to the spa. He put me in the vegetable steamer. It's the same thing. The same thing it is too. It gets hot, and then it gets steamy, and then it goes ding. Purple bastard. Mexican condiment. A condiment. I do not use them. You don't, and neither did your mother. That's funny shit right there. That is funny shit. Whoa, that was really good. You gotta work on it a little though. Why? Because from here it sounded like it came out of my ass. happened today? No, see.
Damn.
What else happened? We're getting out of the car today. Out of the car, what happened? He smelled my speak. And now I have this sore speak. Nina, did you apologize?
For over 40 years, Exmark has built the world's finest mowers, providing you with legendary quality of cut, dependability you can measure in lifetimes, and an operator experience like none other. Because Exmark believes if something's worth doing, it's worth doing right. Save big on Radius mowers. Take advantage of instant rebates and attractive financing going on now.
Augusta Safety destroys Queens Institute.
You've never been there. Did you know every inch of it? It's the farthest either of us from home. Distance. It'll rejoice you. Need you here. Eyes up, weapon.
When I couldn't breathe.
It was great.
They knew it was funny. He looked like a horror and then tentacle down. You're just going to have to apologize. See,
I'll take good care of you.
and you die. You're just going to be nicer to him. Como está usted? Tiene algo de lo lejos. Bueno, we're going to speak into Jose in his native tongue. Don't do that. Well, it makes me feel left out. Huh? I don't speak Spanish. Picture, if you will. Look, Jose, you're an unusual kind of guy. What makes you happiest in life? My BMW? He has a BMW. Yeah, big Mexican woman. On a stick. Jose, would you feel better in the box? It's much nicer in the box. Okay. Wow. Oh, dude. I thought you were going to drop him. Oh, jeez. That would have been funny as hell. Do not drop me, senor. I won't drop you, Jose. I lived in the Jose jalapeno on the floor. Do a little tap dance. We got salsa. That's terrible. Not the right kind of chips. It's not. Stop it. I'm sorry, Jose. Okay. I can do that there. Listen to guacamole. Stir it with your own stick. This is the way we stir the monster, Sorry, Jose. You have cotton in there? What? Honestly. Out here, isn't it? Well, you just stay right there. I can't sing. Can't sing.
Hi. I am Jose
Thank you, Jose. thinking Japanese. You don't know Japanese, yeah, dude, Toyota.
Hey.
Oh, Godzilla! That's not right. Really right at the Stop it! What is wrong with you? Too much Starbucks. Coffee. You didn't have coffee before the show. Okay, I admit it was crack. No. You didn't do crack. Well, then you did. No. Are you sure? Yeah, come on. It's like one of us did.
Show me what you got.
Did you do crack before the show? No. During the show? No. After the show? No. When? Never. What? I've never done crack. Are you sure? Yes. Are you lying? No. See how angry you are? Yeah. It's the crack.
You ain't got shit, you son of a bitch.
There isn't any crack. Oh my God, he sold it all.
Oh, he's talking about the deliverer.
Come on, you gotta at least smoke weed. No, I don't smoke pot. Ever. No. Never smoked pot. No. Never done drugs. No. Then how the hell did you come up with me? You're a sick man. We just tell him, okay. Jeff does not abuse drugs. Thank you. He's an alcoholic. It'd be funny as hell. The drunk ventriloquist. I can talk about moving my lips. Do not fight for you don't go to a strip joint. Why? Places that you never come from. Dancing up to the table, everybody here's money. It's dark in here. No points, please. Oh, stop it. You don't think that's funny? No, you're gay. No. Gay. No, I'm gay. I have a wife and 3 kids. Good cover. You know what the gay folks need that they don't have? What? A superhero. A gay superhero. Gay man. Hi. Here I come to save the day. And I look fabulous. Oh, and when he flies, his butt whistles. Thanks, gay man. Don't turn your back on him. Don't stop it. Unless you have the lotion. Oh. You guys have been a great audience. Thanks so much for coming tonight. My friend, this one here is the limo driver, and the other one is the mechanic. In case the limo breaks down on the way home, one for you, one for me, and then one for my lady friend, and then another one for my other lady right here. Well, that's good. Let's do it again now. Are you sure? Yeah, this is all good. One for you, right? One for you, another for my baby mama. That's you, right?
I gotta go look,
And
wait.
then 2 for my other lady friend right there. Wait a minute. What, this is supposed to be coming out of your share? That's what it's doing. We all share it. It's all good. You're gonna think they ain't tough, you know. One for you, 2 for me, 3 for my lady friend. Nah, this is all good. We are gonna have so much fun. We are gonna party. And then I'm gonna take my clothes off. And then we're gonna do
special offers. That's what new Fuel Rewards members get at Shell. Join to save 10 cents per gallon on your first fill, 20 cents per gallon on the second, and 30 cents per gallon on the third. Join today.
If you are looking to sell your house, this is the one mistake you need to avoid. Not interviewing multiple agents. A lot of people make this mistake when selling their house, and when you don't pick the right agent, your house stays on the market for longer, it isn't staged properly, and you might not get the maximum value of your home. One way to potentially avoid this is to request agent proposals. Here's experience, ratings, commissions, and other services they provide, like this. So make sure to get your agent proposals at no.com/sell, and interview a few agents before you decide what's best for you.
Carrington went.
Hey.
Doc.
A radar has captured one of our agents. Codename Black.
Alright, now this special is a little different because it's family. We got pointers, 97 back from all the years.
You can be family, but be outrageous. Drop them M-bombs, drop them M-bombs, drop them S-bombs. B-Y-S, no foul language.
I'm not being foul. Thank you. Just make sure it's funny. That's what you gotta do. Funny. Funny. You know how. I'm sorry, that's bro.
Let's get crazy!
Alright, listen.
Say it!
All I gotta do is be funny. I'm gonna do laughter for all. Laughter for all. Done.
He's alive. He's in a closet, but he's alive.
Especially if you got families. Nothing against young people, but your life is so easy, you have no clue. It's just basically you want to go out, you go, yeah. That's how simple life is. You want to go out, yeah. Let's stay out all night. Let's get on a train and go across the country tonight. We'll quit work. I got no money. Who cares? We'll live on a freight train for 3 weeks. I'll call Subway, tell them I can't make it. I'll text them. It's harder once you become an adult. You have to pick and choose what you're gonna do. Like events.
And just like I thought, he's
really
probably in that closet.
Pick your events. Like
So he's
my
alive.
wife and I, the last
Well,
time we went
usually
to an
the
event
person that's in here is alive. I don't know
probably
for sure
over
he
a
is.
year ago. I'm not talking like going out, buying a babysitter. I'm talking about an event. And I took her to a concert, which you don't do when you're domesticated with kids. What you do is shows. That's what you used to. You used to go to a place where they have a brochure, and you walk in like, oh look, Brad Garrett is in this. How exciting! Oh, and he'll be singing. You're looking at the theater. I heard Abbott and Costello was in here at one time. Such a lovely theater. Look, they're bringing back cats. How exciting!
Yeah, take that. Wow.
So that's what I'm used to. So, we go to a concert. Now, I have to preface by saying concert. I grew up metalhead. I love 80s. Yeah, 80s metal, like Metallica. A lot of yeahs and oohs with them. And AC/DC and all those guys. Yes. Now listen, here's the funny part about metal is, first of all, it's getting old. Now if you listen to metal, there's no young metal good bands out there to listen to. It's becoming old. How scary is that? But you know what? Embrace it.
The survivor of
Blackburn
is dead.
in the backseat of the
car.
I didn't find
My
it
grandkids just really not sure where I'm at.
At least it will be with you. Perhaps just a moment to listen to me next time. Hopefully this will help you in your future missions.
And when you get older, you just want music. That's the only thing that touches your soul. So I want to be in the backseat and, hey, you turn on my station, please. What are we listening to? They're not even singing. My grandkids are going, don't turn on the station, Mom. The station sounds like they're sacrificing animals. How great
to set up your base.
would that be, that moment where you're in that back seat, all us old 80s metal guys, and you hear, hey, you're listening to the oldies goldies station. As we thank the good Lord for another breath of air today. This is going out to the class of 82. And if you're turning 82 today, this is for you. This is Metallica's Creeping Death.
Senior jelly, huh?
We're gonna be in the back here. I'm creeping death.
Well, I already had Hangman's Alley set up, but okay.
Do you hear the lyrics? That's music right there. Die! Your grandpa's gonna die because there's creeping death on the way. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. You know, you're gonna
What
need
the
us
hell?
oldie metalheads. Stick us in nursing homes and assisted living. We are gonna rip those places up.
Oh, that must be all the enemies that are at Hangman's Alley.
For the wheelchair mosh pit hour. Let me help you up. This is how we did it back in the day. Hey, you know what? Metal is just, old metal is just, it's the Wiggles for adults. That's all it is. I'll tell you why it's the Wiggles. I'm telling you, it's the Wiggles. That's all it is. If you don't know metal, it's Wiggles. If you have little kids and you bring them to the Wiggles, my kids love the Wiggles. I'm really disappointed in my life and career that I missed the boat on having real money. The Wiggles. I'm paying $150 a pop, and there's a guy with a yellow shirt. And my kids like the Beatles. Oh, no, it's a yellow shirt. Can I get a shirt? I'm in line 40 deep. Can I get a yellow shirt? The Wiggles. And then they do their hit song and the place erupt. You know what their hit song is? Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy. And these kids are like, I need a fruit salad shirt. I need a fruit salad shirt. Please. Let me get the fruit salad shirt, the yellow one, the yellow one. But then I realized metal, it's the same thing, just that we're older. 80s metal is the Wiggles, but it's for adults. That's all it is. That's all. It's great. Here, I'll prove it to you. Who's in Iron Maiden? Anyone in Iron Maiden? Okay. Fine. Now, yes, you're in Iron Maiden. You love the music. Yeah, I get it.
Well, let's be honest. When you go see Iron Maiden live, what are you really hoping shows up at that concert? Eddie! Eddie! For those of you going, what are they talking about? Eddie is a mascot. It's just a big skeleton. What is it? I don't know. But you'll stand there for an hour and go, I like this song, and then all of a sudden, and then a grown adult, oh man, it's Eddie! Eddie just came out. You're missing it, bro. You're missing it, bro. Let me get an Eddie shirt, 2 Eddie shirts.
Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your chance to give back. And your safety check. Whoa. All at an incredible value. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox.
During July, Chevy Drives America. Current qualified lessees can get this Equinox for around $319 a month.
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
So, I told the girl, I said, well, do me a favor, put the money in the bag.
Excuse me. You on your phone? Yeah, oh man, I'm playing this game, Royal Kingdom. Love this game.
You're playing Royal Kingdom?
Yeah.
At my show.
I'm so sorry.
You do not have to apologize. I love this game. I play Royal Kingdom, and let's be clear, I'm playing the game uninterrupted, people. That's right, no ads talking about buy this now.
I hate ads, bro. I hate that.
I'll tell you what else you hate, chewing your food, sir. The best part is I don't need Wi-Fi. I'm not searching for a signal while I'm trying to get to a new level.
What level you on?
At the moment? Yeah. But 120.
We didn't say how many movies you did this year. We said what level you are.
I'm not here to play games. Unless that game is Royal Kingdom. Alright, let's get back to the show.
It's the Wiggles. Ozzy Osbourne, he's a wiggle. I love him. Wouldn't Ozzy's voice be great on a GPS? It'd be entertaining but useless. Calculating route. It's my wiggle, though. So with that said, we go on our event. We're going to see a concert. We're going to see Metallica live. Now, yeah, I totally tricked my wife. You know, I played the slow song.
Oh, I like that song. It's not so scary.
They changed. They evolved. So we get to the show, right? And we get there. Sit down. I forget. I'm domesticated now. She's like, is there a brochure? All right. We're looking around the stadium, brochure, whatever. Now, here's when you know you're too old to be going to concerts. First of all, the name of the bands is already a tragic mistake. Here's the openers. Are you ready for this? Just the names. Anthrax, Megadeth, Slayer. Okay, all right. Did you hear? All right. You hear that? You hear that? You hear that? Let me tell you something about Slayer fans. That was the scariest time of my life when the Slayer fans showed up. That's the first time I feared my own race. I'm not even kidding you. Feared my own race. They looked like the extras from Lord of the Rings. Right before Slayer came out, someone came out and under the ground, tattooing their faces. We're here to witness Slayer. And I'm hovering my wife. on for like 15 minutes. Slayer! We're gonna be safe. So Slayer's about to go on right before Metallica. The lights go out. Now, forget I'm domesticated, so when the lights go out of the show, I still get that giddy feeling. I'm so starting. Because I'm used to, why are they so mean to the beast?
It'll get better, Daddy.
So...
Excuse me.
So the lights go out. And I hear...
Mine is on the shop.
Thanks
for setting up this place. I wish you would have
turn around, and there's about 500.
I just grabbed you fucking asshole.
You shouldn't have any problem.
They're not using the aisles to get there. Chairs are being flung, people flying up in the air. I looked at my wife, every man for himself. We're doomed, I'll see you on the other side. I get it. Run over.
If it'll help us out,
I'm 5 years old. And this crowd, not take them. By the way, now one Slayer fan said,
I'll mark it on you. Go there, do UHQ type stuff, then KHSA.
Listen, when you're 20, 25 years old, you get knocked on the floor, you get right up. You might even get a cheap shot of, hey, what's the problem? But I'm 45, I take cardio kickboxing with soccer moms, and I rock it at 7 a.m. Kick, punch, punch. Kick, punch, punch. Kick, punch, punch, uppercut. But I'm not Slayer. I'm down, and I can't get up. So every time I get up, another guy takes me.
Never heard of Dunmore Homestead.
I get knocked down again. But now I have responsibilities. So while I'm fearing for my life and trying to get up, I'm texting the babysitter. It's gonna be a little later than I anticipated. Please apologize to your mother for me. No, I finally get up, and I'm in a tsunami of humans. And I end up about 3 feet from the stage. I didn't ask for these seats.
I wonder if Dunmore Homestead is in Nuka World. Because I've never heard of Dunmore Homestead.
Now it's so crowded that my feet aren't touching.
I bet you it is.
So when the crowd moved, I have no control where I'm going. I guess we'll watch this guy for a while. Okay, we're done with this guy. You guys know the city's that way, right? I'm just saying. It took me about 15 minutes to finally get back to my seats. My wife's still missing to this day. I don't know where she's at. I've got 2 new tattoos on my rump. I finally felt safe, and I went, great. Towel could be on soon. These guys are done. Slayer goes, this is our list.
So if you're a big Slayer fan, show everyone around you what Slayer fans are all about.
Hey, I didn't get the brochure. I said if you're a Slayer fan, pounce, punch, kick, throw down anyone 30 and over. That looks confused.
bizarre place to be. Like, I love this song. Hey, what? Like, where have we come as a society where to show your enjoyment for stuff, that's how we react? My parents are, my dad's 90, my mom's 85 right now. They come from that World War II era. The whole world was at war. There was anger. There was alcoholism. There's a lot to be worried about. And so when they vented, they did crazy.
Give me a martini, I'll get
Let's go ahead with your mother. Oh, she got nothing. How do we go from that to, I love this song? And as smoke clears, strong guy going,
Around 4:30, 78%.
That was my last event. So yeah, I have to grow up. I have 3 kids. Yeah. Right. Like your attitude, brother. You would think that I'd be pretty open.
We'd like to welcome each and every one on board the Express monorail. For your own safety, please remain seated or utilize the provided handrails while the train is slowly approaching. If you'll direct your attention to the right side of the monorail, you can observe the world's famous Fish Top Mountain. Standing at over 100 meters tall, Fish Top Mountain is the largest man-made structure in the world and features the 5-star Fish Top Grill.
Lately, I've been carving out more time.
Coming up in the heart of Universe World, Yucatan, USA.
Actually, you know that. Test them. And pick what worked. I just asked Google, and now this spot finally feels cozy.
We are now arriving at the station. Please be sure to collect all children.
And let's try everything we do. Everybody in like America. 13 has a phone, man. Well, you know, you're special, you're different, you're exciting. Are you cow like the rest of them? No. And this is, I get more grief from parents than actually press friends like you. Is that you? My daughter not having a phone? 13? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. My child came out of the womb, gave her an iPad, right? I mean, it's socialism, pal. It's really it. All right, let me ask you this. What happens? All right, what happens if your daughter is dropped off at the bus stop early?
Grab it.
That's a great question, and she gets 50 feet to the house. Like, where's your kid getting dropped off? Is that a dilemma in America? They're dropping us off in Iowa? There's kids going around a corn store. I can't believe it. We're stuck in Iowa again. If I only had a phone. Diane, I can't see you. It's a stupid bus. I don't have a phone either. What are you talking about? This is the other one I got. This guy's like, excuse me. All right, let me ask you this. Okay,
Get out of the way, you stupid motherfucker!
Goes to sports practice and it's done early, huh? What happens then? I go, where are you dropping your kids off? What are they stuck in the gymnasium for like a week on? They left me here! I'm all alone and I can't get out! I can't believe this is happening! Like, how can you not know your coach? How can you not know some other teammates and have contacts? Like, what are you just showing up behind like a shopping play soccer? You know that one field in your town where you're like, oh, that's where the Mexicans play soccer. And they're into it. They're fantastic. You know? And you're going, yeah. And you show up there, amigos? My daughter wants to play. She's really good on defense, so we don't have a phone. So I'll come back in like 45 minutes. Have fun with the amigos, will you, hon? Go to this one. Here he is. All right. What if there's an emergency?
Oh, nice. You better have something nice, you fucker.
That was easy.
That's okay, I guess.
I'm under traditional movie.
Okay, well, there's nothing we can do for her. She doesn't have a phone.
Stupid fuck!
Beautiful, she's a teenager. Boys sort of show up. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I have other men who like this. Boom. Gotta get a gun. Just swing the gun when they show up, and I'll scare them. Ready? Trying on my wife's clothes. Come join me. Wow, you look good.
How come they never show up?
She's really funny and clever. Probably the most clever one of the bunch. Here's the irony of her being clever is she's got brewer look. Yeah, you know the look, the one that half you've been judging, that you never see me live, like, wow, he comes on stage looking like that. So, and I didn't realize how funny this look was.
I've done this quest a lot of times, and this is the first time I've been sent to Nuka World by the railroad.
And shit, thank God that social services weren't doing spot checks. I would have been bad trouble. Like, oh my goodness, we got a child. I don't know what she's on the front. So this kid looks wrecked. She's wrecked. Her face is all relaxed. She can't even speak. Like, what are you doing?
Actually, I was sent here by the caretaker from Mercer Safe House.
And this lady... I don't reason with a kid. I don't reason. My daughter hits the floor and starts whining. I just step right over her. Fine. Let me know that works out. This is a high kidnapping area, so be careful.
Everybody put on sunglasses. There's going to be a huge fucking explosion in a minute.
A little one's on the floor. All right.
Something tells me
my wife broken. She broke my wife.
Not as much as I will, asshole. Damn, he's long-winded, ain't he?
Right now, and I don't know where you get this from.
Who is this?
You don't get it from anyone. This asshole. I'm gonna start counting to 5. When I get to 5, I swear to you, you're not up on the floor and in your bedroom getting ready with your pajamas on and putting up for adoption. Do you understand me? 1. I just started counting. You're not even moving. You don't listen. Nobody listens in this house. You want a phone? You're never gonna get a phone because I've asked you 10 times to clean the kitty litter. 10 times. Nobody does their chores. Nobody don't ask for anything from them. 2. You haven't moved since I started counting.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you.
Do you act this way in school? Do you act this way in school? I'm gonna start videotaping you and I'm gonna send it to your teacher. This is your student. I don't know what she's like in the classroom, but at home she's really
Arm?
and maybe you can do something about this. I'm filing the papers as we speak. There's still kitty dung in the kitty litter. Do your chores or you're never getting shoes.
This gun is a toy.
Yes, you are.
And then you get the folder common sense question. What's going on?
Consider it done.
And apparently, that doesn't bring it up a lion feeding. I had no clue. And now it's on you. What's going on? It's not your are you ready for that? What's going on? Don't you dare come in our house. We built this house together.
Everybody get ready for the big kaboom. Question is, are you ready to die, you faggot? Ah, damn. I didn't want it to explode yet.
See? You better know. Hey, talk to me. He survived, though. He was smart enough to survive. How about me showing you next one situation? But you did, so let me explain what's going on. She's on the floor because she asked Mom we go to the park today because she clearly knew you were lying. She's at that age. All right. Mom said, yeah, we go to the park today. So Mommy gets to finish all the things that Mommy needs to do.
What did I tell you?
Thanks to you. Not a bad
plan.
So, she barraged Mom about 37 straight. When we go to the park, you said we go to the park. When about the park, you said we go to the park. When we go to the park. About number 17, Mom snapped into the current condition. She said,
Something a few of us would have been working on for a while.
we're going to the
Now that he's actually gone, we got ourselves a vacancy in the overload department. Guess what? You just got the job. All I'm asking is that you trust me on this and give it a shot. I swear, it's worth it.
Don't get fooled by phone scammers. ReversePhone.com can help you see who's behind that number.
Let's just say you got my attention.
Coming to you from the MGM Grand Hotel in the entertainment capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada. The glittering city of excitement and laughter forms the scintillating backdrop for tonight's star-studded roast. From the Ziegfeld Room of the Grand Hotel, some of the world's greatest entertainers are here tonight. They are in Las Vegas in person as the Dean Martin Show honors our man of the hour. And tonight, guess what? It's going to be Dean with tonight's guests. Bob Hope, Orson Welles, Jimmy Stewart, Gene Kelly, John Wayne, Muhammad Ali, E. Kaplan, Tony Orlando, Howard Cosell, Van Ron and Dick Martin, Senator Barry Goldwater, Joe Namath, Rich Little, Angie Dickinson, Joey Bishop, Senator Hubert Humphrey, Buster Brooks, Paul Lynn, Georgia Engel, Nipsey Russell, and our special guest roastmaster, Don Rickle. And here he is, our man of the hour, Dean Martin.
It's a great thrill for me, really, tonight to be master of ceremonies. This is one of the great all-time thrills I've ever had. This is a bigger thrill than watching Pat Boone autograph hockey pucks during the ice followings. My wife Barbara summed it up best earlier this evening. She said to me, really, I think that's the way my wife talks. It's going to be an exciting evening. But don't go by her. She said that on our wedding night. My wife told me to be polite this evening. By the way, she'd be with us tonight, my lovely wife Barbara, but unfortunately she swam in our pool today with her jewelry on and drowned. Tonight we are honoring our man of the hour, Dean Martin.
Lose the attitude.
You heard the applause, Dean? I'd worry.
Hey, it's not my fault. I just
Can you imagine
him?
If he was in the infantry in World War II? Attack! Who lay down first? And so, who are we honoring tonight? A man who has trouble finding his legs. This is quite a dais. I haven't seen so many tuxedos since the Osmond brothers had their annual prom. Isn't it? Look at all these beautiful people here to pay tribute to you. The Senator, Rich Little, Paul Lind on the end. Paul, if you want to order, do it now. The kitchen's going to close. seat, Paul. Why don't you get a pillow so you can see us? What an exciting night, folks. You can't believe I have chills. Just looking around, seeing all these people. Senator Goldwater. Sorry about the lecture. So close. You could have been the president. We could have hung out together. Gee. I feel, Bob. Spoke to the Texaco company. You're going to blow up Thursday. Bob, keep that image. They don't know at home. You run around in your underwear going, "Where's Dolores?" You remember Dolores, Mrs. Jimmy, I spoke to the family. You're doing well. Doing well, Jimmy. Spoke to the wife. She's leaving you. Listen, let it ride out. Comes out of his navel. We have a wonderful night. We're going to honor Dean Martin, ladies and gentlemen. He's a great man. Dean has passed away about 3 years ago. Mohammed, if you get a chance, could you watch me?
Damn, that's quite a ways away.
He's a great champion. I remember when you fought in your last fight, you stood in the corner and said, "I'm winning." It's such a great thing to see all these wonderful guests, Dean, to see Howard Cosell. And I'll tell you, Howard, from the bottom of my heart, you can't even tell. It's perfect. Come on, Senator, I laughed at you when you lost. Let's have a party. It's like kids, we sit there. You know how much you love. Look at the seats. Stand around on the highway. Good to see Angie Dickinson sitting next to Joe Namath. When I blow the whistle, yell hike. Anyway, Jimmy, morning. Last night he fell into his own pants. There's a lot of reasons why we should honor this man tonight. First of all, he's Italian, and I love the Italian people. I'll never forget the word of Carmine Ganganonzo, said to me in Brooklyn on a Saturday night. Look at this. I'm making up names and Goldwater's writing them down. But other people can work you over. Italians are fantastic people, really. They can work you over in an alley while singing an opera. You ever watch it? Do you understand any of this? I've won twice. Think 3 times and let you go to the toy. But it's your night, boy. It's your big night. I'm perspiring. I'm getting malaria. The Japanese guy went, "Goody, goody." Orson Welles, ladies and gentlemen, has been a great star. This man was married to a great many women in his life. They're all flat now. This is a great creative talent. I cannot say enough about him. I will not embarrass him. I've made jokes about him because I've always believed when you're important, that is my belief in life, when you're important, you're certainly open to ridicule, fun, criticism. This man is open mostly to fun, certainly not ridicule. He's a fantastic artist. And I have never had the pleasure personally until tonight when I leaned over and I said, "Mr. Welles, I'm Don Rickles," and he said, "Who cares?" Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Orson Welles.
What the fuck?
Style and substance. In the GMC Sierra, where current eligible GMC lessees can get this low mileage.
Oh, I guess I'm supposed to kill them.
Years of fighting the culture war and building something real. How are we celebrating? We are growing fast. More members, more shows, new voices like Isabel Brown, new documentaries like Journey to the UFC, the Joe Piper story premiering this Friday. Not just a fight doc, a blueprint for becoming unstoppable. From nothing to UFC stardom, through trauma, pain, no excuses. Our members get it all first. The announcements, the first looks, the full truth. No censorship or hidden agenda, just common sense, and a community that actually has it. Don't sit this out. Celebrate a decade of the Daily Wire. Go to dailywireplus.com and join today. Okay, so the big story of the day is Hunter Biden. He's back. Now, why does that matter? There are a couple of reasons it matters. One is that Hunter Biden is a stand-in for his father. When Hunter talks, Hunter is speaking for Joe Biden. And when he speaks for Joe Biden, he's speaking for, believe it or not, the establishment wing of the Democratic Party in some interesting and weird ways. And so what he has to say about politics is sort of relevant. Also, Hunter Biden's exposure of the entire left for the fraud that it is because of his father is quite incredible. And it is worthwhile to remember that Hunter Biden, along with Joe Biden, was part of that inner coterie of people surrounding Joe who knew that Joe was unhealthy, mentally unwell, and all the rest, and who left him in place because they were essentially playing at the presidency. This is something that Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson have reported in their book Original Sin, talking about who was the actual president of the United States for several years. When you listen to Hunter, you should understand Hunter Biden was at least partially the actual president of the United States for several years, and so that makes this interview important. So we begin this interview, discussing this interview, with his thoughts on the election. So first he says, the reason that his dad completely collapsed as a human
Already taken care of.
made Donald Trump famous to me now in modern American history. The reason for that is because he says that his father was on Ambien.
I know exactly what happened in that debate. He flew around the world, basically, and made the mileage so he could have flown around the world 3 times. He's 81 years old. He's tired. They give him Ambien to be able to sleep. He gets up on the stage, and he looks like he's a deer in the headlights. And it feeds into every story that anybody wants to tell.
So it was the Ambien. It was not that his father was not sentient. So first of all, who gives an 81-year-old man Ambien on a flight knowing what the predictable results of that will be hours later? I mean, there are just certain materials that you take when you fly. Now, if you take too much melatonin, you can be zonked the next day. Ambien will absolutely... So they gave him to that, like, the day before, or the night before the debate. First of all, if that's true,
I got a dig in the corner for that thing, whatever it is.
it's obviously not true. That is the reason why Joe Biden has been in a state of collapse for several years. At this point, Hunter admits that Nancy Pelosi is the person who drove Biden out of the race. Here he was.
52%.
You know who did not want Kamala Harris? The president? And did not want her to be the nominee? Nancy Pelosi didn't want her to be. None of Nancy Pelosi's people wanted her to be. They wanted an open convention. They wanted a floor fight. They wanted I don't know what the hell they wanted, but they wanted to be the ones to anoint whoever they were going to anoint to become the next president of the United States.
Who do you think that would have been?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have any idea. All I know is that they definitely did not want Kamala Harris. And again, which undermined her, which undermined the campaign.
And the counter trying to defend Kamala right there, saying it wasn't her fault that she lost. It was Pelosi who drove Biden out of the race. He also took some side swipes at people like George Clooney, David Axelrod, the Pod Save America bros, basically saying all of these people, and they threw Joe Biden out of the race. They shouldn't have. Okay, so a lot of this is defensive play from Hunter, who again was the actual president, along with Jill probably, of the country for several years, and predictably he's pissed about it.
And you know what George Clooney did? Because he sat down, I guess, because he was given a blessing by the Obama team or the Obama people and whoever else, and David Axelrod and whoever the hell used to go, okay, Yeah, you know what? We are going to insert our judgment over yours. Me and James Carville, who hasn't won a race in 40 years, and David Axelrod, who had one success in his political life, and that was Barack Obama, and that was because of Barack Obama, not because of David Axelrod, and David Plouffe, and all of these guys, and the Pod Save America guys, who are junior speechwriters in, on Barack Obama's Senate staff, who have been dining out on a relationship with him for years, making millions of dollars. The Anita Dunns of the world, who's made $40, $50 million off the Democratic Party. Him, and everybody around him. Not to be nice. Number one, I agree with Tarantino. George Clooney is not an actor. He is a I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, God bless him. You know what? He supposedly treats his friends really well. You know what I mean? Buys them things. And he's got a really great place in Lake Como, and he's great friends with Barack Obama. What do you have to do with anything? Why do I have to listen to you?
Well, I like this mission. I get to kill everybody with glory.
Service in this country and decide that you, George Clooney, are going to take out basically a full-page ad in the New York Times to undermine the president at a time in which, by the way, what do people care about the most?
Okay, so I'm just going to point out here that Hunter Biden would make a better 2028 candidate than Joe Biden made a 2024 candidate here, dunking on all of his erstwhile Democratic friends. Hunter, of course, took the opportunity also to defend himself against charges that, for example, his art business was a scam on behalf of the Biden family, which it pretty clearly was. No one buys Hunter Biden paintings these days for $500 grand a pop.
You know how many stories the New York Times wrote about my art? How many? I don't know, like a dozen? To what end? I mean, really, to what end? I mean, at the time that they were writing about my art, Jared Kushner...
I wonder if I got a stove boy.
After being the head of the Middle Eastern Policy Group for the White House and covering for the leader of Saudi Arabia and the murder of Khashoggi, collecting $2.1 billion investment. When he was doing that, and they were selling golden sneakers and Bibles to people off their donors, the New York Times was still writing stories about the legitimacy of me deciding that I wanted to be a painter or not.
Well, I mean, there was an election going on, as you may have noticed, and the fact is that the President of the United States, many people suspected, was the beneficiary of these sort of strange coincidences around the sales of your pseudo-art. More from this insane interview with Hunter Biden in just a moment. First, the Trump administration is doing an awful lot of hard work right now, moving the big, beautiful bill forward, foreign policy, all the rest, but there's a lot of chaos out there, and it's difficult for them to take into account your personal finances when they're trying to right the country's wrongs. You have to do that, and that's why I recently bought more gold myself from Birch Gold. Over the past 12 months, gold's value has surged by 40%, driven by central banks purchasing record quantities and global instability reaching levels not seen in decades. Luckily, Birch Gold has made owning physical gold remarkably straightforward, allowing you to easily convert existing retirement accounts like IRAs or 401ks into tax-sheltered gold IRAs, or simply purchase gold for secure home storage. It's a really easy process. When I went to buy gold, I simply called them up, I walked through all of my questions, I got their advice, and then I was able to just get what I needed. Just text my name, Ben, to 989898. Birch Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, with only useful information. An A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Tens of thousands of happy customers, including me. Take control of protecting your savings today with my friends over at Birch Gold. Text the word Ben to 989898. Also, summer is here, and nothing beats firing up that grill with family and friends. But here's something that is, at the very least, very surprising. Over 85% of grass-fed beef in U.S. stores is actually imported. That meat on your barbecue, it could be from anywhere. Questionable safety standards, hidden additives you can't even pronounce. And that is why my producers have switched over to GoodRanchers.com for all of their summer grilling. Every single cut, beef, chicken, pork, 100% American sourced, born, raised right here on local family farms. No antibiotics ever, no added hormones, no seed oils, just pure, clean meat. That's easy to use the original on the grill. Here's the best part. It's delivered straight to your door, so no more last-minute grocery runs when you're prepping for that weekend cookout. My producers, again, have been eating the Good Ranchers like a lot. And not only that, producer Savvy has basically been feeding her chunky toddler, Mikey, twice a week on Good Ranchers, which is why that kid is just a beast. He's like a middle linebacker for the Chicago Bears. With summer grilling season in full swing, use my code BEN to get $40 off, plus get your pick of free meat for life when you subscribe to any Good Ranchers box. That's free Wagyu burgers, hot dogs, bacon, or chicken wings in every box for life with your subscription. Again, visit GoodRanchers.com. Use promo code BEN at checkout to get an extra $40 off and free meat for life. Because the moments that matter is meat that's made right and raised in America. Good Ranchers, American meat delivered. Hunter Biden also suggested that he was totally qualified to be on Burisma. Burisma's board. And one of the kind of seedy realities about the last election cycle is some of it was about Joe Biden's age. A lot of it was about a widespread perception, correct, of the Biden family as absolute Biden corruption. Here is Hunter now denying that he had been put on the board of Burisma for any political reason, which of course is absolutely ridiculous. He had no experience in the energy sector. People couldn't point out Ukraine on a map, and certainly he was on the board of the Ukrainian energy firm.
But it had to do with money. 100%. You know, but I had an organization that was willing to pay me for a service that I was 100% qualified to do. I went to Yale Law School. I served on dozens of boards before this. I was an expert in corporate governance. I have an encyclopedic knowledge of the region. I had served on a major infrastructure company's board and had done work in global aid relief throughout the entire world and had an enormous list of connections of my own. And I was qualified to be on that board.
So actually he was doing it, because he was really good at it. It had nothing to do with his last name being Biden. By the way, that's a reversal for Hunter, who openly admitted a few years ago that he would not have been on the Burisma board except for the fact that his last name was Biden. The last part of this particular interview, the sort of Hunter Biden defending himself, that got amusing when he started making the argument that crack is somehow safer than alcohol, which is a hell of an argument here.
Does crack cocaine make you act any differently? No. Is it safer than alcohol? Probably. People think of crack as being dirty. It's the exact opposite. When you make crack, what you're doing is you're burning off all the impurities that are combined with the sodium bicarbonate, which makes it smokable.
I think this is the prelude to Hunter Biden's version of Breaking Bad, where he actually goes and starts distributing again. I love that he's making this argument, but put all this aside. Put the Biden administration aside for a second. Put aside the corruption, the fact that Biden was dead for several years, and his family was essentially running the government. Put aside. If you see Hunter as a stand-in for the sort of Joe Biden, things start to get kind of interesting, because Hunter Biden also spoke here about policy, and there are two particular issues where Hunter Biden put specific focus in those two issues on illegal immigration and Israel. And these are the issues where Democrats are completely at odds with the American people, but they will not let it go. They're more likely to let go of the trans issue than they are to let go of illegal immigration, open borders, as well as the sort of new thing of the moment, which is the idea that Israel is the great victimizer in the Middle East and the Palestinians are the great victims in the Middle East, including Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, Islamic Jihad, and all the rest. And this is sort of fascinating, because if you're trying to figure out the direction of the Democratic Party, if you're trying to get out the divining rod and determine which direction the Democratic Party is going to lead to, the sort of more moderate side or the more radical side, you have to understand the moderates are already caving to the radicals. They're already caving to the radicals. They may separate off from the trans stuff because it's been so wildly unsuccessful for them, but the root cause of the Democratic Party is belief that America is a great victimizer in the world. America's allies are great victimizers in the world, and therefore America ought not have borders, and also America, her foreign policy should essentially be to abandon any strong ally as long as it is beneficial to the Democratic Party to do so. There's sort of third worldism that is set in the Democratic Party. I don't mean in the radical wing of the Democratic Party. I mean the mainstream Joe Biden wing, because Hunter Biden, remember, was Joe Biden's brain, at least the part of it that was semi-functional. So here was Hunter Biden going off on President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration.
Read like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you have food on your table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your garden? Who do you think is here by the sheer just grit and will that they think they're going to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance? And he's These people are white men in America are 45 more times likely to commit violent crime.
So, he actually concludes that statement. White men are more likely to commit crimes than immigrants. By suggesting we should actually force El Salvador to send back illegal immigrants, which is funny since the ones we're sending to El Salvador are by and large people with actual criminal records.
These guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to leave. I say, you, how are we getting those people back in El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the president of El Salvador and say, you either send them back. It's a crime what they're doing. He's a dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Oh. Now again, the reason this is important is because Hunter was Joe Biden's partially functioning brain during the administration. This is the Democratic Party perspective on illegal immigration. America ought to be an open borders country because unfettered immigration without any sort of real security, without any sort of concern about cultural assimilation is an effective good. That is something the Democratic Party deeply believes. As we start discussing 2028 candidates, understand there will not be a Democrat on the stage who significantly calls for border security. It will not be a thing. And it's not just with regard to immigration. The Democratic Party also realizes that the energy in its party is very much on the side of third worldism. The sort of Zoran Mamdani belief that the third world has been victimized by America and her allies, and therefore the third world must have her revenge. So, for example, Hunter Biden was talking about the dramatic increase in anti-Semitism under his father's administration, which is certainly a thing that happened. And he says the real reason for that is because of the Israelis. The Israelis created the anti-Semitism. So, in other words, after Hamas murdered 1,200 Jews in Israel and took 250 hostages, a couple of dozen of them are still being held hostage after a year and a half, that it's Israel's fault that the anti-Semitism broke out.
I think it's probably the most prescient thing that's been written about is that the worst thing that's happened to the Jewish people is the Israeli government. Jewish people globally threats to their lives. The anti-Semitism that it has generated.
The worst thing that's happened to Jewish people is the Israeli government, according to Hunter Biden. And then he brags about how his father tried to hamstring Israel in its pursuit of getting back its hostages and ending Hamas, an actual, honest-to-God, American State Department-designated terrorist group in the Gaza Strip.
He took away the bunker-busting bombs from the Israelis. He tried to curtail Netanyahu's thing. He forced Netanyahu to open up shipping lanes and aid lanes at the Rafah crossing to be able to get food aid in. He put pressure over and over and over again. And now, by the way, that is not even remotely happening. What is happening is that they were bombing food lines. There's no one in there to be able to record it. The World Food Program, the UNHCR, none of the aid organizations are able to make it in. Doctors Without Borders no longer can make it in. There have been more journalists killed in this war in Gaza than in any other war combined. And nobody's doing anything about it.
I mean, this is propaganda on behalf of Hamas, we should point out here. Because the reality is that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, which has been actually facilitating the entry of aid into Gaza, as we'll discuss a little later on in the show, has been denying Hamas access to the food, which is why Hamas is shooting people and then attempting to insinuate itself among the population in order to shoot at Israeli soldiers and then respond. That is the real thing happening in the Gaza Strip.
Go up in the elevator.
These are parts of the Democratic base
trying to figure out my what the hell going on.
It's very important to them, illegal immigration and third worldism.
I don't think this is the same elevator because it had two doors.
The Democratic Party against their radical base. It does not exist. So if you think they're going to nominate somebody who's quasi-moderate in 2028, wrong you are. It is not going to happen. This is a party that is an empty vessel that has no direction forward. The supposed moderates in its own coalition
the motherfucking area I came into.
Completely unable to argue their way out of a paper bag against the so-called progressives in their coalition. So James Carville, his solution, James Carville, is basically that the Democratic Party ought to ignore its own agenda and simply rip on Trump. That's the only way to somehow appeal to moderates in America, according to James Carville. Quote, constipated, leaderless, confused, a cracked-out clown car, divided. These are words I hear my fellow Democrats using to describe our party as of late. The truth is, they're not wrong. The Democratic Party is in shambles. Zoran Mamdani's victory in New York City's Democratic mayoral primary wasn't an isolated event. It represents an undeniable fissure in our political soul. We're divided along generational lines. Candidates like Mr. Mamdani are impatient for an economic future that folks my age are skeptical can be delivered. We're divided along ideological lines. A party that is historically allegiant to the state of Israel is at odds with a growing faction that will not look past the abuses in Gaza and the West Bank. From Medicare for all purists to Affordable Care Act reformists, the list goes on and on. The Democratic Party is steamrolling toward a civilized civil war. It's necessary to have it. It's even more necessary, says James Carville, to delay it. Basically, hope for a savior. Quote, the only thing that can save us now is an actual savior, because a new party can be delivered only by a person. See Barack Obama in 2008 and Bill Clinton in 1992. No new party or candidate has a chance to break through until November 2026. Until then, we must run unified in opposition to the Republicans and gain as many House seats as possible. So that's his plan. His plan is, yeah, there's a civil war here. James Carville's supposed monarch is already caving to Zoran Mamdani and the progressives. This is the biggest problem for the Democratic Party. Hunter Biden, again, is a supposed representative of the moderate Joe Biden wing of the Democratic Party. And there are zero issues in which he can argue against the far left of his party. It just doesn't exist. And so no matter how many Democrats emerge from the woodwork to try and argue against this, they keep getting shouted down. Representative Adam Smith, Democrat of Washington, he's trying to dissociate from the Mamdanification of the Democratic Party. He says the mayor of New York isn't the leader of the party or anything.
What do you make of his candidacy?
Yeah, well, look, the mayor of New York has never been the leader of the Democratic Party. What we need to focus on is the message. I was listening to Senator McCormick. They just voted for a budget the Republicans did that added $3.5 trillion to the debt.
The Democratic Party has no systemic immunity to any of this, and this is why, for example, AOC is actually the Democratic nominee in 2028. I'm telling you, they're selling her short. Anybody who's telling you AOC is not a serious candidate is just wrong about this. And again, she is going to continue to stump for open borders. The biggest question for Democrats is not a question of candidates. It's a question of how well the country is doing. If the economy continues to do really well under President Trump, Democrats are going to have a very difficult time going forward. If the economy were to sink, AOC is incredibly well-placed, and even her insane open borders perspective is going to be swallowed by a large percentage of the population seeking revenge against a Trump Republican Party if the economy goes the other way. And that's just the way economics works in the United States. Whichever is the party in power, if the economy goes south, gets blamed for it. Here is AOC, who is mirroring exactly what you heard Hunter Biden saying about illegal immigration just a moment ago.
There are consequences to ripping up law-abiding, dutiful, documented people from their country.
I know. I already.
Now, AOC has been attempting, as you can see from her policy, to moderate in certain particular ways to keep one foot in sort of every camp. She doesn't want to be labeled with the full-scale Zoran Mamdani, Ilhan Omar anti-Semite fraud. And so instead, what she's doing is one time she cried when they refunded Iron Dome in Israel. This week, she voted against cutting U.S. funding for Israel completely. There was a bill that was on the floor to completely cut the funding. She voted against it. And her office in Westchester Square in the East Bronx was splattered in red paint and adorned with a sign reading AOC funds genocide in Gaza. This, again, is a problem for the Democratic Party. Is that in the end, they are not going to be able to repel the far left. They're turning into a far left party. No one's going to stop it. And Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are a perfect example of this. They were the decaying brand of a supposedly moderate Democratic Party that will not and does not have the stones to actually fend off the far left brand of the Democratic Party that is the direction the Democratic Party is going to move. And that's the most interesting thing about what Hunter Biden has to say. All of these sort of revenge tactics on former Democrats and Democratic advisors, I'm here for that, it's fine. But the most interesting thing about Hunter Biden and what he's saying is that he is saying the quiet part out loud. Joe Biden wanted open borders. Joe Biden likes third worldism. And that was the supposed moderate in the Democratic Party. Already coming up, Stephen Colbert is on his way out, and he's quite bitter about it. But first, I always assumed that restless sleep was inevitable. Night after night, tossing, turning, waking up with the aching back, I'd convinced myself that's how sleep was supposed to be. And honestly, when I'm on the road, it still is. And then, at home, I've got Helix Sleep. Everything changed. It's truly been transformative for my sleep quality. I can easily fall asleep in minutes, even when, there's a lot going on in my life. What makes Helix different, they're not just selling just a random mattress. They match you with the perfect mattress for your body and sleep style. Whether you're a side sleeper, back sleeper, or somewhere in between. And they can tell you the best night's sleep every night. All you have to do is take your sleep. Sleep preference. Trust me. I've never slept on it. /bank. Get 27% off site-wide. SealandSlate.com/bank for 27% off site-wide. Make sure you enter our code after checkout so they don't send you again. Just visit SealandSlate.com/bank for this exclusive offer. Also, without the burden of cost.
Now you're dead, you bitch.
No credit check requires no interest charges, $5 monthly, and you actually boost your score quickly. With clear, budget-friendly plans beginning only $5 monthly, no surprise charges, zero interest rates. Kickoff helps you win big on the credit front. It's straightforward. Get timely payments, credit agencies notice positive habits, and your credit can improve very quickly. Users with credit under 600 do an average of 84 points in their first year with on-time payments. Plus, over 1 million users and hundreds of millions. There's a reason why Kickoff is the #1 credit filter on the app store. As mentioned, it's very easy to get signed up. It's a very easy process. Sign up in minutes from your phone, no credit check, cancel anytime. Start building credit with Kickoff today. You can get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price. You go to getkickoff.com/Shapiro today. That's kickoff without the C. And KIKOFF.com/Shapiro. Must sign up via getkickoff.com/Shapiro to activate offer. Offer applies to Kickoff customers first month only. Subject to
University point, huh?
Average first year credit score impact of plus 84 points. Fancy score 3.0 between
Oh, yeah.
For Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600, paid on time, and who had no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile during the period, late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary. Okay, meanwhile, the fallout from the Stephen Colbert firing continues. Stephen Colbert shed extremely salty tears yesterday. He was on CBS, and the only way you're going to hear about it is on this show, because no one actually watches Stephen Colbert's show. And he launched into the person who's been paying him $15-20 million a year.
Over the weekend, somebody at CBS followed up their gracious press release with a gracious anonymous leak saying they pulled the plug on our show because of losses pegged between $40 million and $50 million a year. $40 million's a big number. I could see us losing $24 million, but where would Paramount have possibly spent the other $16 million? Oh, yeah. That's still a lot of money. Where does the Late Show rank? Jim, what other companies lost that kind of money last year? Red Lobster? Damn it, I told them we should stop offering the audience unlimited shrimp. Maya, take it away. Take it away.
There's no laugh anywhere in sight, anywhere there. They're still wondering why Stephen Colbert was canceled. I love the fact that he can't even deny that his show lost that much money. He has to somehow just yell at his employer for paying a settlement with President Trump over the 60 Minutes botchery with Kamala Harris. Colbert then spent some time telling President Trump to go F himself, which of course is exactly how Stephen Colbert brought he turned into televangelism for left-wing nonsense. That is how. There has yet to be a Sahara desert of laughs for the Stephen Colbert show, which is why he was canceled. Here are some more not-laugh lines.
With those numbers, I gotta say, it makes sense we'd be canceled. I get it, guys. And thanks again. Okay, thanks again to the network. In a completely unrelated story, on Friday, Donald Trump posted, "I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings." How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go.
God, he is so funny. He is so funny. He is so funny. It's amazing how funny. That guy held down a late night slot for several years in real life. That's crazy. Well, one of the people who was very upset about this was, of course, Stephen Colbert's original mentor, Jon Stewart. I'm old enough to remember when Stephen Colbert was funny, and the answer is when he was a correspondent for Jon Stewart, and then he stopped being funny. Well, Jon Stewart was very upset about this as well. He came to defend his friend.
He can stop trying to blow me up, you stupid motherfucker.
So Jon Stewart is probably 62 years old, and he's still cosplaying as a cynical 33-year-old. Here we go.
Shows that people stand. Shows that are unafraid. And not to believe me. This is not a we speak truth to power. We don't. We speak opinions to television.
you got, you fucker.
On Epstein in the House.
Yes!
Saying, listen, just give the DOJ time or the AG time to release what it is that they can. This idea that Congress has to pass some sort of resolution to pry the Epstein files free. First of all, an enormous number of the Epstein files are under court seal. So you actually have to apply for a court release. Second of all, there are FBI procedures and protocols before you simply release stuff into the public arena. The Democrats know this. The Democrats don't care about the Epstein stuff. They don't care about this at all. It is a completely cynical play by the Democrats. This is the point that Speaker of the House Mike Johnson is making. The reason that Speaker Johnson is doing this is the administration is going to release what it is going to release. The idea there's some sort of massive cover-up is a botchery. Again, that botchery should be laid at the hands of Ken Body, the Attorney General, went out there and claimed that there was all this material that led to a particular conclusion, and then dropped the news that actually that conclusion was wrong, and the material did not lead there in the first place. Representative Ralph Rogan, the House Rules Committee, and saying successor Republicans refused to give the minority party an endless microphone.
Wrong one.
Majority whip. He says at the end of the day, Democrats are yelling and screaming. They spent 4 years covering up for Epstein, and I know this President Trump in the court is right now trying to get documents released. I really think you're going to see him play a lot on Steve, and they've got some other options as well. In fact, if we're worried about the Trump administration not taking the Epstein file stuff seriously, then why is Deputy AG seeking a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell or Daxio? Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche announced today is seeking a meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. Blanche said this social media post Body instructed him to contact Maxwell's team, which he has done. He intends to meet with Maxwell soon. He said no one is above the law, no lead is off limits. Now, remember, the FBI and the DOJ, they've all already reviewed the security. Maxwell is going to say anything now that she hasn't said before, at least that has any sort of credibility. Now, she is a sex criminal. You should remember this. And so it is quite plausible that she is now going to start offering all sorts of unspecified or unverifiable allegations in order to muddy the waters. Because one of the problems with talking to criminals, they tend to be criminals. However, is it worthwhile to talk with her? Sure. I mean, first of all, I assume there were many interviews with Ghislaine Maxwell before her trial. Blanche said in a statement the Department of Justice does not shy away from uncomfortable truths, nor from the responsibility to pursue justice wherever the facts may lead. Blanche added that the FBI and DOJ's joint statement said earlier this month regarding Epstein remains as accurate today as when it was written. He said President Trump has told us to release all credible evidence. If Ghislaine Maxwell has information about anyone who is committing crimes against victims, the FBI and DOJ will hear what she has to say. Her attorney, of course, has said that the discussions are underway and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully.
We should contact
And we are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. Now again, Maxwell is trying to wiggle her way free of all of the charges that were filed against her. She was found guilty in 2021 of sex trafficking and other charges. Is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence in the state of Florida. There are even calls to free her, and Ghislaine Maxwell knows this. Ghislaine Maxwell for sure knows that if she can offer enough sort of bait, it's possible that there will be people who call for her release. That she will be the great heroine of the story somehow, despite having been Epstein's girlfriend who was convicted of sex trafficking on behalf of Epstein. Criminals are very good at suckering people, and this is just another example of that.
That bitch wants you to do some kind of a cat.
Incredibly hard. What's fascinating is which Republicans are also pushing this incredibly hard. Because the question there is, what is the agenda? Do they actually believe Trump is complicit in a cover-up? If so, they should just say so out loud. This is the part that nobody will ask them. Do they think Donald Trump is covering the Epstein stuff up? If they think Donald Trump is covering the Epstein stuff up, will someone not ask them? I'm asking right now. I'm asking Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey, if you think Donald Trump is covering up the Epstein stuff, what is it that you think he is covering up and why? Can you please just explain it? Seriously. You're the ones making the claim a cover-up is going on of such utter epic proportions that there must be a congressional resolution to pry the files out of these hands. Thomas Massey was walking onto the House floor with a binder labeled the Epstein Files Phase 2 and the bill number of a resolution he is co-sponsoring with Gadfly Ro Khanna, who's attempting to get attention, obviously, for a 2028 run. Massey said the Epstein bill resolution is non-binding, so it's kind of vague. The resolution I have with Khanna would be binding on the president. So what is it that he thinks that Trump is hiding? And why, if you are a loyal Trumpist Republican, somebody who believes the president ought to succeed, are you doing this? Why are you fostering a conspiracy theory about Trump? Forget about Epstein, a conspiracy theory about a Trump cover-up that Democrats are currently pushing for political gain. That is the thing that is happening right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene is doing the same thing. She put out a tweet. If you tell the basic people who support you of deep state treasonous crimes, election interference, blackmail, and rich, powerful, elite, evil cabals, you must take down every enemy of the people. If not, the base will turn and there's no going back. Dead language of red meat no longer satisfied. They want the whole steak dinner and will accept no bills. Okay, fine. Why do you think he's not giving you the so-called steak dinner? Representative Greene. Really, like, what is your theory of the case? I would love to hear your theory of the case. Okay, let's be clear again on what pseudo-MAGA is doing here. I'm calling him pseudo-MAGA because Trump is the decider of MAGA. He's the person who created MAGA. He's the builder of MAGA. He's the definer of MAGA. Pseudo-MAGA are people who claim to speak on behalf of the MAGA movement, who represent a tiny sliver of the people who voted for Donald Trump. What are they actually attempting to do? What they are actually attempting to do, again, is seize control of the supposed MAGA movement from the only person who founded it and created it, Donald J. Trump. That is what is happening right now. They don't like Trump's policy in the Middle East. They don't like Trump's policy on Ukraine. They don't like some of Trump's domestic policy. And so what they are attempting to do is shift allegiances away from Trump and to some sort of bizarre agglomeration of isolationism and gigantic government subsidization scheme. I mean, Massey is on the isolationist side. He's not on the giant government spending side. Greene seems to be on the side of both. But whatever the case is, there's clearly an attempt to attack Trump here. Why the attacks on Trump? That's the question I'm asking. Go after Epstein all you want, that's fine, but you are accusing Trump of a cover-up. So if you're accusing Trump of a cover-up, the question is, why are you? What's the theory? Or is it a cynical play to attempt to drive down Trump's favor rules and seize control of the movement that he built? Because that's what it looks a lot like. That's my theory of why you are doing what you are doing. Because I don't believe you that you are doing this in the name of quote-unquote transparency. Because if you were doing this in the name of quote-unquote transparency, then presumably when House Republicans were in control, because they've been in control of the House for a bit here, you would have been fostering resolutions on the release of Epstein files under Joe Biden, which I don't recall you doing. Beyond that, again, why are you, the argument you're making is that Trump and team are covering up the Epstein stuff. If you are joining, if you find yourself on the same side as Ro Khanna on this issue, I'm just wondering why exactly we should consider you loyal members of MAGA if this is indeed about supposed loyalty to MAGA, which is what Taylor Greene is making it all about. Alrighty, in just 1 second, I want to get into a couple of major criminal cases that are actually quite fascinating because they underscore why MAGA is popular and why there's a feeling abroad in the United States that there's a movement to free criminals from prison. Alrighty, meanwhile, a couple of stories about criminal cases that really underscore why the MAGA movement exists. So, a federal judge has now sentenced former Louisville, Kentucky police detective Brett Hankison to nearly 3 years in prison for his role in the botched 2020 raid during which Breonna Taylor was fatally shot. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Hankison was convicted in 2024 of civil rights abuse after blindly firing 10 shots through Taylor's home during the raid. His shots did not strike Taylor. They did not strike any of the neighbors. He had faced a maximum of life in prison. Okay, so, the Justice Department under President Trump asked for a one-day prison sentence, basically saying his conviction is bull and he never should have been convicted in the first place. Instead, the U.S. District Court Judge, Rebecca Grady Jennings, sentenced him to 33 months. Now again, that is less than the guidelines sentencing range, but it's a reflection of how insane our criminal justice system became in the aftermath of Black Lives Matter summer. That Hankison was never convicted in the first place. For those who don't remember the Breonna Taylor case, basically, the Breonna Taylor case was about a 26-year-old emergency medical technician who was in an apartment with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend believed that police were intruders because there was a no-knock warrant that was issued. They did in fact knock at the door. There was suspicion that drug activity was going on from this apartment. They knocked. The police responded by firing more than 30 rounds, several of which hit and killed Taylor. Hankison did not fire any of the shots that killed Breonna Taylor. Did not fire any of those shots. So what was the conviction on the basis of? Well, actually, he was indicted on state charges for felony wanton endangerment in 2020 and was acquitted. And the federal government under Joe Biden brought a civil rights violation case against police officer Brett Hankison under Section 242 of Title 18, which is depriving a person of their rights under the color of law. Okay, now, typically you have to willfully do that. That is like if you arrest somebody while you're a cop and you know that that person is innocent and you arrest them and then you abuse them, that is a civil rights violation under Section 242 of Title 18. There has to be a willfulness component here. The DOJ's original statement on the conviction of Brett Hankison suggested, according to Attorney General Merrick Garland, today, Brett Hankison was found guilty by a jury of his peers for willfully depriving Breonna Taylor of her constitutional rights. His use of deadly force was unlawful and put Ms. Taylor in harm's way. This verdict is an important step toward accountability for the violation of Breonna Taylor's civil rights, but justice for the loss of Ms. Taylor is a task that exceeds human capacity. So I asked our friends over at Perplexing, our friends and sponsors, aside from Brett Hankison, are there any other prior cases of 18 U.S.C. 242 being used to convict a police officer for recklessly firing at a suspect during a situation in which officers were lawfully present and being fired upon at the time? And Perplexity notes that courts have recognized reckless disregard of a constitutional right, which is the question here, can meet the willingness requirement in some contexts, but this is not always uniformly applied. And then it cites several cases, Perplexity, in which there was no actual use of 18 U.S. Code 242 to prosecute. And that includes, for example, the Amadou Diallo case, in which officers fired 41 shots at an unarmed individual believing he was a threat. Prosecutors concluded there was insufficient evidence of specific intent to violate rights, so no civil rights violation there. Kent State shooting, where National Guardsmen fired into the crowd after being surrounded and pelted with rocks. The court felt that there was no willful intent necessary to fulfill 18 U.S. Code 242. In U.S. v. Bradley, an officer fired at a fleeing suspect after a misunderstood traffic incident, and a conviction under 242 was upheld on the theory of reckless disregard of rights, but that situation did not include the officer's...
I'll be back in a little while, folks. Gotta go grab something to eat or I'm gonna miss dinner.
Legal analyses and commentaries reveal that prior to cases like Brett Hankison's, it is extremely rare, if not unprecedented, for prosecutors to secure a 242 conviction against civil officers.
and forget his other vices. He has so many vices that AA wouldn't take him. He had to join EA. Everything's anonymous. It's not that Dean drinks. It's what he does when he drinks. I mean, asking Kate Smith to go to Hawaii for the weekend. Going to an orthopedic hospital and singing Breaking Up is Hard to Do. I mean, I've heard of guys having blackouts. But Dean can't remember anything that happened between the years 67 to 71. Dean likes sports and he likes to drink. So I am going to enter Dean in the first annual Drunks Olympics. Yes, they're going to have events like the Wino pole vault. They set the bar at 6 inches. Another event is the hop, skip, and bar. Then they have the decathlon. 10 drunks trying to find their cars.
잠시 후 게임을 시작하겠습니다.
Oh, maybe I never put it down. Yeah, they had her brought it down and left it on the table.
Buick. Exceptional by design. Get 0.9% APR on a 2025 in Vista. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get a Vista Preferred for under $25,000.
Oh, it's right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the all-time greats. That's the biggest word I can say. One of the all-time greats, and a man that Mr. Martin cherishes and everyone on this dais. Ladies and gentlemen, the great man himself, Mr. Gene Kelly.
I'm very pleased I can be here to honor my old buddy Dean, because actually we met many years ago through Frank Sinatra, and that's the truth. At that time, Frank and I were doing an MGM musical called Anchors Aweigh. It was all about two sailors trying to win World War II by singing, tap dancing, and begging Jose Iturbi to play the piano. Well, it must have worked. We won. That's when he told me he had a new friend in town, Dean Martin, also known as the Stewartville Slosher. And that they were partying it up every night at Dean's favorite Italian restaurant. Frank was nice enough to invite me to come along. When I walked into the place, I got my first inkling that it was not one of your Duncan Hines approved restaurants. The hat check girl wouldn't let me in unless I checked my hands, which I did. Yeah, you don't say no to a hat check girl named Bruno. Dean, it's been great knowing you all these years. You're my kind of guy. You really are. You put your cards on the table and you're self-hunting.
Gentlemen, without any further ado, a man that we all respect and love, Democrat or Republican. He's the former senator from Minnesota. He is the distinguished senator from Minnesota. He will be the former senator from Minnesota. Minnesota. so kind. Okay, fine.
Not today.
A great man, and I am delighted that he's here for Dean. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, the great Senator, Mr. Hubert Humphrey.
Thank you, Don. Mary, I accept the nomination. I want to thank you for a rabble-rousing introduction. I've been here just literally fascinated watching
I didn't know there was one.
this prestigious affair, and I'm amazed at your tireless ability to talk. How good it is to be here with my friend and colleague, Barry Goldwater. You know, we do have very much in common. We both ran for president. We were both defeated. And neither one of us can recognize former vice presidential candidate William Miller unless he holds up his American Express card. Dean, as I sat here and listened to your friends talk about you, I was amazed. Really, I've never heard such scurrilous things being said about anyone who wasn't running for office. Some of you out there in election land may wonder what a politician is doing on a show business roast. But why not? The fine line between show business and politics is getting finer all the time. In fact, one of our distinguished opponents from the other side, as you know, is a former actor. I don't want to mention his name because according to the equal time rule, if I do, I'll have to mention the names of every other candidate. And we would be here till way after the 11 o'clock news just with the Democrats alone. Now tonight in 1976, our bicentennial year, we've come to honor Dean Martin as the man of the hour. But I believe that Dean could have been the man of any hour in our nation's glorious history. Why can't you just see Dean at the very birth of our nation? You know, the Revolutionary War. He may not have fired the shot heard round the world, but he would have drunk it. And you know, at the Battle of Bunker Hill, when the British were attacking, I can just hear Dean electrifying the colonists with his immortal cry, "Don't fire till you see the reds of their eyes."
Hello.
You know that Paul Revere rode through Middlesex County at midnight.
No.
Waking up the revolutionary soldiers, sending them from their warm beds to the battlefield.
Well, you got the wrong number, bitch.
Would have followed up, riding from door to door, unselfishly comforting the lonely wives. Dean is modest about his patriotism, but his pretended ignorance of American history is a sham. I know for a fact that he remembers and relives the Whiskey Rebellion. Proves to me, Dean, that you probably are related to the original discoverer of America. He too was an Italian. When he started out, he didn't know where he was going. He didn't know where he was when he arrived. And he didn't know where he had been when he got home.
Alrighty, folks, a lot coming up on today's show. Hunter Biden, crack addict, former crack addict, but it appears something is still ripping it through his system because he just did a wild 3-hour interview. What does that say about the Democratic Party? Plus, we'll get to Stephen Colbert, the fallout from his firing, and a couple of actually quite important criminal cases. But first, we are celebrating a decade of the Daily Wire, 10 years of fighting the culture war and building something great. We celebrate growing fans, remembers more shows, latest and brand new documentaries like Journey to the UFC, the Joe Pyfer story premiering this Friday, not just a fight doc, a blueprint for becoming unstoppable. From nothing to UFC stardom. Members, you know first, announcements, first looks, full truth, no censorship, rated contender, just no censorship. Celebrate the decade. DailyWirePlus.com. And when he speaks for Joe Biden, he's speaking for, believe it or not, the establishment wing of the Democratic Party in some interesting...
I don't know who the fuck you are, but you're pissing me off with your goddamn face being on my phone every time there's a motherfucking commercial.
So we're here to pay tribute to this one man for all seasons. Despite the fact that members of this dais come from different walks of life and we do, with very political philosophies. But here I am, the Democratic Party, and Paul Warner from the Republican Party. And we're both here to honor Dean Martin, who is in favor of a third party, or a fourth party, or any party as long as the ice holds.
Stop the thing, sleep, and Jimmy right away leans back, and then we got a lot of trouble. Anyway, you, when I blow the whistle, move up too. Look at the elderly lady who's going that way. Look, Carol. Nobody's looking at you, lady. Forget about it. This is a Bob Hope. It's lonely. You don't look at an old lady. What you feel in your heart? Do you fool around at all? The man who probably knows Dean Martin better than anyone else is his television producer for the past 12 years. In order to handle talent like Dean, the producer has to be strong, vigorous, and forceful. Well, here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Dean's longtime producer, the dynamic, rugged Gary Von Gregson.
Let's go back to Sunday.
Thank you, Mr. Rickles. As you say, I've been Dean Martin's television producer for 12 years. And the first thing I'd like to do tonight is to say hello to him. Well, which one is he? You ruined me. You broke my heart. You destroyed my house. Look, you make me a nervous wreck. See this? Before I met you, I used to be like this. He can drive you crazy with those cue cards. He can tear your heart out. Can you read that? Huh? He can. Hi, I'm Dean Martin.
You are looking to sell your house. This is the one mistake you need to avoid. Not interviewing multiple agents. A lot of people make this mistake when selling their house. And when you don't pick the right agent, your house stays on the market for longer, it isn't staged properly, and you might not get the maximum value of your home. One way to potentially avoid this is to request
I don't know, but he said Pam wanted me for some reason.
and other services they provide, like this.
Pam.
So make sure to get your agent proposals at realtor.com/sell and interview a few agents before you decide who's best for you.
I can recover.
A cashier at a local burger joint may make $20 an hour, but the owner of the burger shop chain may make hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. Is that fair? Absolutely. Why? Because of the concepts of risk and reward. Risk and reward are fundamental to navigating the world, from economics, business, and government to the choices we make in our own lives. Those choices all depend on how we assess risk and reward. We understand rewards, but what about risk? Simply put, it is the likelihood of something turning out worse than expected, plus the chance of that something worse actually happening. Now, when you think of taking a risk, you might think of an activity like jumping out of an airplane. You must evaluate the amount and scope of risk involved. Maybe your parachute doesn't open. In fact, 1 out of every 400,000 making a jump are killed. Against the potential benefits, the rush of flying through the open air, the bragging rights afterwards, and so on. Risk versus reward. Maybe you want to invest in the stock of a company that has developed an exciting new technology. You risk your hard-earned money hoping the stock doubles or triples. But no one knows what this new technology will catch on. They must say it's risk versus reward. Say you want to start your own business. How much other time and money into this business? Maybe you're willing to mortgage your house to finance the startup costs. That's taking on a lot of risk. But you love the idea of being your own boss. And if the business succeeds like you hope, you might make a lot of money. Risk versus reward. Sounds great. So why doesn't everyone take on the risks to get them? Sometimes the risks don't justify the payoff. Other times people are afraid to take too many risks or don't know how to evaluate the risk. It's not uneasy. It's not a criticism. It's just reality. Most people, for example, prefer the safety of getting a steady paycheck to the anxiety of making payroll. Some people are risk takers. Many people aren't, at least in certain areas of their lives. Everyone is built differently. But keep this in mind. If you work for a hamburger shop and you wonder why you aren't getting paid more, remember that the business owner is taking the risk. You get a paycheck no matter if 1 customer or 1,000 customers come through the door. But the business owner risks losing everything, and for that risk, he gets the opportunity of reaping any rewards. Now, what if we take away the cost of failure? What if the payoff is guaranteed? What if those who take on the risk have nothing personally at stake, and other people have to bear the costs of their risk-taking? When that happens, and it does, things get out of whack. Welcome to that funhouse mirror known as big government. Here, the risk-reward formula totally breaks down. When a member of Congress, the president, or other politicians take on debt, engage in wars, or make other legislation, the checks and balances of risk and reward are not there. The government can spend your tax dollars wastefully, but what's the cost to them? There is none, and there's no real accountability either. Politician suffers no consequence. If the program doubles or triples in cost, it's not coming out of their pockets. This is true up and down all of government. The only accountability is that they might get voted out of office the next time. Not much of a downside risk, given the level of risk they can take on our behalf. And these politicians often get lucrative lobbying, board members speaking, and other positions after office. They get the rewards, and you and I are the ones that bear the costs. So the next time a hamburger shop worker or other employee complains the entrepreneur is making too much money, you can remind them about risk versus reward. If the shop fails, sure, the employee might have to find a new shop to work at. But the owner loses all their time and money spent trying to make it successful. Rewards are what allow people all over the world to take risks, including financial risks, to create products, services, and businesses that make our lives better. If it were so easy to be successful, everyone would open their own hamburger shop. But it isn't. And so for those who take a risk and put their time, heart, soul, and money into their businesses, they get the opportunity to reap the reward. Risk versus reward. The formula only works if both are in play. Take away risk, and you're left with trillions in U.S. debt. Take away reward, and you don't have entrepreneurship, new technology, progress, or a new hamburger joint. I'm Carol Roth, author of You Will Own Nothing for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Now it's my pleasure to introduce the great John Wayne. Duke, it's all over. How long can you ride into the sunset? It's murder when they gotta give you a chair and push you onto the horse. You're a great man. Marion Morris. I guess years ago you dressed up in Vegas. Good, Duke. That's what all your friends call you, too. I call you Mr. Annoying. A man that made the West and all of us live in a great, wonderful, wonderful Walter Mitty world. One of the great giants of the motion picture screen, Mr. John Wayne, better known as Duke, to his buddies.
As I figure out what you said, I think I'm going to get sore. Gentlemen, it's nice being here, and I hope you don't mind the way I walked out. It's just my impression of Rich Little. Hello, old-timer. Wait a minute. What happened? I'm going to tell you, you must be mad.
There you go.
Since our last picture. I got a 60-year-old saddle that looks better than you do. Wrinkled old wrangler. Because Howard Hobson sort of brought him into Western. Before that, he'd made a lot of musical junk, you know, kissing girls, guys sleeping all over, singing and dancing, fancy costumes, you know, that red silk handkerchief. Well, first time.
I guess you should go home, motherfucker.
Decked out all right in authentic cowboy outfit, but he had that red silk handkerchief hanging out of his holster. Him that his purty jingling silver spurs sounded musical, but that he had them on backwards. Incidentally, partner, that Durango Motel says you still owe him $200 for the ripped sheets. And the cocktail waitress figures at $9 out of about due for pantyhose. This guy down here is some kind of an actor, I'll tell you that. In fact, Dean, I really wanted you to co-star with me in my last picture. Part called for a brave, rough, tough, brawling sidekick. I figured you were perfect. The studio insisted on Katie Hepburn. So when you take in Rooster Cogburn, see all those love scenes, Dino, remember it was supposed to be you and me. Enough of this buffalo butter, enough jokes. I'd be a liar if I didn't tell you that I love this lush. He's been my friend for the best years of my life. He's done for me what he's done for millions of people all over the world because, like so many of you, I feel good every time I see him. I'm entertained by him. I laugh with him as well as at him. When I leave him, I worry that he'll find his way. And I say this from the bottom line. Live forever. And the last voice you hear be mine. To you, children.
Probably gotta kill that fucker upstairs.
Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your chance to get back. Whoa. All at an incredible value. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox.
To reach by Chevy Drives America. Current qualified lessees. Equinox
Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Bro, the first month is free. Just try. It's all done online. It gets delivered straight to your door. And your partner is gonna love it. Stop playing, bro. First month free.
Hey, gang, it's movie time. In the last 3 years, a lot of big stars have appeared on Dean's roast. And even though they couldn't be here tonight, we wanted you to see their touching tribute to Dean.
I've been watching you on TV for years. A lot of years. I heard all those stories about the way you booze it up. I just want to tell you, if you fall down tonight, I'm not picking you up because it's not my job.
Look at Dino. He don't know where the hell he is. Happy, smiling, relaxed. He still thinks he's on every week.
I wish he wouldn't drink so much. Dean claims he only drinks when he smokes. Right now he's up to 8 cartons a day.
Now, I think you're about to see a television first. Dean accidentally drank a glass of water, and he's going to self-destruct in 5 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, and may I say it is very gratifying indeed to see one of my patients doing so well. This virtuosity, this... Virtuoso came to be fretful that his drinking might set a bad example for his many viewers. After only one consultation, he found that this is what he said to me. He said no more drinking on the air. And this is what he did. He would take his tuxedo and dip it in booze, and then from time to time he would just suck his sleeve.
As you can see, nothing upsets him. Nothing upsets him. Although the energy crisis had him worried, he heard they might limit the public to 2 gallons a day, and he thought they were talking about booze.
You know, I know he said that I am his good friend, but I think he's got me mixed up with somebody else, because when I came in here tonight, he said, "Hi, Ernest, how's Julio?" He said I couldn't say any drunk jokes about
Bad taste in me, all that stuff. It's ungentlemanly, it's sporting. It's not fair to make fun of an unfortunate individual who's the victim of an affliction that you brought.
Excessive libation is a serious problem. I'm sure Dean will drink to that, huh?
Dean's got so many grapes in him, he's being picketed by Cesar Chavez.
But this might easily be the biggest moment of my life, because standing up here on this dais with Dean Martin, the wino, on one side of me, and Michael Landon, the milk drinker, on the other side of me, while he's fermenting, he's curdling.
But I was your first wife.
I don't mind the jokes about my size, Dean.
Even if you're wrong,
At least they measure my weight in pounds. Yours is in quarts.
You know, I've always liked Dean Martin because he did a nice thing for me one time. After one of my jumps, I was in the hospital and he donated a pint of his blood in my name. There was one problem. I was a little young then, and they won't let anybody under 21 have it.
But you and I have simpatico. Dean and I have been on more floors than Johnson's wax. Tonight, absolutely thrilled witnessing this remarkable sight. Gleason being roasted and Dean's already stewed.
It's nice to find a person of your heritage sitting up.
I don't know, he's sitting here nude. He just put a tuxedo on the front part and the bottom. He's all nude. He's in a therapy pool. Look at this Bob Hope one. He's looking for oil. I'd like to meet a man who is my dear friend. He is fooling around with my wife. Joy Bishop is a fun guy. He's the kind of guy, when you have a loss in the family, bring him as a mourner. He doesn't have to know who they are. He just sits by the casket and goes, hey, it's a damn shame. He knows Frank Sinatra personally, and when they had the clan, Dean and Frank and Peter Lawford, I wasn't in that group, but Joey was, and he used to run in front of Frank's car and check for grenades. Star and a friend to Dean and to all of us, Mr. Joey Bishop.
Thank God it means we're not at war.
Fucking sucks.
And I consider it an
Yeah, right a second ago.
People say, does he drink? Some people say, no, he doesn't. He pretends. One night he pretended so well, it took 3 guys to carry him home. He does not pretend. Dean Martin drinks. Don't let anybody tell you any different. I saw him one night walking around with a snake in his hand trying to kill a stick. Seen Dean Martin in a drunken stupor, whistling for his dog. Therefore, I do not believe that we are here tonight honoring a guy who a few feet away from us cannot see us or hear us. So happy to see you. Senator Humphrey, there's something I meant to bring up. I hope, Senator, you realize I do this with a great deal of respect.
Let's take a look.
And I hope you will not be embarrassed by it. But about 8 or 9 years ago, we were both in Philadelphia. We shared a cab. You wished to pay the cab fare, but you had no money with you. And I offered to pay the cab fare. And you said, no, just loan me $10 and let me pay the cab fare. Do you remember the incident? In Philadelphia? Okay. You have no lines, just nod.
Going to ChumbaCasino.com every day and collecting your daily bonus, that is the definition of fun. Head on over to ChumbaCasino.com and play for fun. At Chumba Casino, you'll find fun daily.
You need something for the road.
I could have asked him for the $10, but I says, no. Hey, maybe one day he'll be president of the United States, and I can very proudly say the president of the United States owes me $10. Now what I'd like to say is, if you don't think you're going to make it this time, I'd like to have the $10. Because I bet him that he would win.
Well, now, take a moment of silence while I introduce this fine gentleman, Rich Little. The best impressionist in the world. This I know because he's told me this time and time again. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rich Little.
Don Records. What has this dummy ever done for me? Oh, yeah, gave me a minute. This president once told me he was a big star, gave me a cookie, and told me to go away. I'm rolling. Nice. Yeah, am I going too fast for you, Don? Probably put a cord on your neighbor and float you out here as the Goodyear blimp. There's Gene Kelly, and you know why Gene Kelly stayed so young through the years? His voice never changed.
There's Orson Welles, The Wings of Man.
friends here tonight. Yo. And Howard Cosell, a man who was slowly becoming a legend in his own mind.
And of course, Hubert Humphreys. Hubert, I'm pleased as Punch Humphreys here tonight. I was saying to my wife Muriel just the other day, I said Muriel, and she said, that's right.
Jimmy Stewart,
Paul Lynn was here. Oh, I think this roast is disgusting.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud and honored to present Dean Martin's first partner, Gladys Lewis.
Since we worked together, you betcha. And you know you didn't make it without me, did you?
sorry I ever made it with you.
Mozzarella massa. You know, I'll never forget the first time that he saw me in a bikini. He said, oh, boo.
Because you look like one.
And then there's something else you didn't know about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Rummy. When I first met him, he only sang in the shower. Well, take it from me, girls. He didn't have much to sing about. Till after I'm married, or next Saturday night, whichever comes first. We went on a nightclub circuit. Where'd we go? Louisiana, Tennessee. He never worked up north. He did his best work
skyrocketed to fame. I was backstage before, and I said, Tony, how do you feel? And he said, I'm skyrocketing. He's Greek and has Puerto Rican blood, and it's a mixture, and when he's born, he came out as an olive. A wonderful young star, Mr. Tony Orlando. Actually, after watching you here tonight, Don, I realized I made a mistake in one of my songs. I should have called it Tie a Yellow Ribbon Around Don Rickles' Tongue. 10 years ago, I tried to sell a song to you. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, I remember when I went to NBC and pulled in the parking space next to yours. I knew it was yours because yours was the only one on a slant. Suggested we talk at your house, so I followed you home. You're amazing, Dean Martin, you're amazing. Mulholland Drive has 500 curves, and you did it in one straight line. I'd like very much to pay tribute to you, because after all, you were the light. You were the one that, when I first saw you, that I said to myself, yes, I want to be an entertainer. And I can't find a way to express my thanks. And I hope this is proper. It's roasting tradition to pay tribute to this way. I'd like to pass on to you this advice the Dean has given me. He said, prior to going on your show, Tony, remember 3 things. 1, be considerate to your audience. 2, be kind to them. 3, be drunk.
Every time you see it,
Every time I see Georgia Regal on the Mary Tyler Moore Show, I can't get over her sweet and gentle way. She's a girl who wouldn't hurt a fly. She tried to talk it into committing suicide, but she wouldn't hurt. Ladies and gentlemen, a girl who's so considerate, if you would, she carries extra credit cards for purse snatchers. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Georgia Regal.
For some more of those hard-hitting zingers the producer gave me to say about the stars here on the dais. I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings, but here come the clouds, the put-down stick, and a couple of rim shot hits. Ba-dum-ba-dum. I'm glad to see Bob Hope on the dais. Bob misses entertaining servicemen so much, he bought his own war. Say that, Mr. Hope. I know how you feel about our men in uniform. I saw you earlier today doing a monologue for 3 bellhops. It's a privilege seeing Orson Welles here tonight. He's such a great actor. They say he used to chew up the scenery. And when you look at him, it's pretty obvious he did. I'm glad to see Don Rickles here. I hope the network doesn't see him, or they'll cancel this show, too. And now we come to our guest of honor, Dean Martin. I hear that Dean was found this morning with his bed on fire. He said, don't blame me, it was on fire when I got in. This morning, on the floor in the lobby. I hope I didn't say anything bad about anybody, and that's it for the zingers.
Thank you, Georgia. There she goes, the Tinkerbell of the Hells Angels. Guy, those of us in comedy really respect. Get ready, Nipsey. It's either that or we both take the train to Baltimore. He's a real pro and a superb monologist. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nipsey Russell.
He went to see a doctor
for a checkup. Doesn't it look great? The doctor said the best thing for any man's health is to give up women, give up whiskey, and give up staying out at night. Dean said, Doc, I don't deserve the best. What's the next best? I'm overwhelmed by his vitality and his dynamism and his youthful appearance. I said to him, Dean, what is the secret? How do you look young? He said, the best way to look young is to hang out with old people. Some profound social topics. I asked him, I said, Dean, do you think black children should be bused to white schools? He said, hell no, let them take a cab. I said, but it's always sex and drinking and carousing. I said, don't you know what good, clean fun is? He said, no, what good is it? He has a very weird sense of humor. He takes pornographic film home and runs it backwards. He likes to see people get dressed and leave. So I say these drunk or sober, rich or poor, cloudy or fair weather, I'll stand beside Dean Martin because we Sicilians stick together.
About Dean Martin's past tonight. One element which hasn't been touched upon is the fact that in his formative years, he was a member of the Boy Scouts. We are proud to have with us tonight the leader who helped form our man of the hour, his scoutmaster from Steubenville, Ohio, Mr. Foster Brooks.
Just over to you, I was Dean Scoutmaster in Ohio, in Steubenville. And I'm here at the MGM Grand Hotel tonight I'm here to salute Miss Robin Pat. My bosom swells with pride. Who's buzzing my
Get out of the way, you fucking asshole!
You may look at me and say, push first, tush, pass, tush.
What the fuck you want my ass? Get away from me!
Was a Cub Scout. Happy hours we spent on a summer evening sitting around a campfire in our little short hands, roasting our weenies. And of course, warming our blood. Surgeon, he was the first scout to perform an emergency vasectomy. On a great horny owl. To this day, that owl is looking. Walk through any Steubenville woods, and you'll hear that bird sing
said before, it's a dirty job that somebody's got to do.
I'd like to think of a man who I've known for many, many years. This man has been doing fights since Joe Louis fought Johnny Pagehead. But ladies and gentlemen, we make fun of Howard Cosell, and why not? Look at him. This man has a fantastic nose. When the wind is right, it becomes so powerful. With that nose, every time he breathes, he sucks up his underwear. One of the all-time sportscasters, Mr. Howard Cosell.
Such a sweet little thing, Don. They talk about charm schools in my name. Thank God you're the only guy who's got more cancellations on your record than I have on mine. Could have been served during this hour than glorifying the Sicilian sponge, the staggering tower of pizza, this fugitive from the planet of the grapes. We could have used this valuable television time to do a 1-hour special on the wit and wisdom of Art Buchwald. Or a 1-minute special on the wit and wisdom of Sonny Bono. So perhaps I am remiss in joining this hour of immortality. Because this is the bicentennial year. Dean has a special way of touching the hearts of all Americans. Maybe he didn't say the memorable words, "Forgive me, death," or "I regret that I have but one life to give to my country." But did Patrick Henry or Nathan Hale ever say words so stirring as, "When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie"? That's something. See you, baby, after that, I'd like to have you meet a great comedy team, two guys that have never talked to each other. You remember that, Dean? But these two dear friends of mine have been making America laugh for over 25 years. That's a long time, and I think they ought to give it up. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, dear ones they are, and certainly Dean's, Dan Rowan and Dick Clark.
I guess you're pretty excited about being here tonight, aren't you?
I certainly can.
Hey, Don's doing a very creditable job, isn't he?
I think he always does. You know, Don Rickles always reminds me of a blindfolded massage lady.
A blindfolded massage lady?
You never know where she's going to strike next.
Well, he's always good for a laugh or two.
Well, so's the massage lady.
Yes. You know, I think it's certainly a tribute to the guest of honor. This day is graced with the presence of two men, both of whom have run for the nation's highest office.
Right. Hubert Humphrey and John Wayne.
John Wayne has never run for president.
Well, neither has Gerald Ford.
Enough about politicians.
Yes, even so.
Yeah, even though. We are here tonight to pay our respects to one of the funniest and most lovable television personalities in the world.
Right. Henny Youngman.
It's open, you fucking asshole. Stop, you fucking asshole.
Every time I mention his name, I find time. I just got you a case.
Thank you very much. I think it's time we spoke about the man America honors tonight, your friend and mine, Dean Martin.
Yeah, I love old Dean.
Yeah, you know, Dean was the man, a lot of people don't know this, but Dean was was the man who put Ron and Martin on NBC in the program that was later to become Laughing. And we shall be eternally grateful to him for that.
Shut up, just move!
I don't intend to stand up here and do dumb drunk jokes about this guy. I happen to know that Dean is one of the most charitable men in all of show business.
Well, last year alone, he took in 14 wayward girls and gave them a place to sleep.
My son. All right, what about all he gives every year to the sons of Italy?
Right, last year alone, he gave them 14 more sons.
Right now for a moment, talk a little bit about Dean's accomplishments in our industry. Personal appearances, sold out wherever he appears. Over 18 gold records.
Not to mention television.
Television?
I told you not to mention it.
Oh, yeah. Television. He's been doing a variety show on television for 12 years. Nobody else can say that.
Oh, how about Howard Cosell?
Howard Cosell's variety show lasted a few weeks.
Well, it seems
like... Man, get your motherfucking ass down here.
This man, Dean, has made a lot of people proud to be Italian.
Well, that wasn't too tough after Mussolini, though.
Realize that everyone, the number of people who've seen him so familiar to the world, if everyone who watches Dean on television had voted for Senator Goldwater in 1964 and had voted for Senator Humphrey in 1960, both of these men would have slept in the White House.
Then Susan Ford would really have something to tell her old lady.
Come to stop clowning around and tell this fellow what you really think about him.
Well, Dean, you're the best. You're a great entertainer, a loyal friend, and one hell of a guy.
And that goes for both of us.
Good night, Dick.
Good night, Dick. Good night.
Goddamn son of a bitch is not getting killed by all the money.
I'd like to say to you, Bob, because we cannot kid about it. I've never liked you.
Man, you fucking idiot!
You always annoyed me. I don't see how you became a star. Gene Kelly always said to me, how did he become a star? Gene, tell him what you said to me. 10 years ago, he gave me a break on a television show.
Just bring the fuck up and get the bar open.
I'll let you know when, but it's good that you practice standing. Walking and talking and dancing with people. You're going to have such a good time. America loves him. He knows Johnny Carson, Bruce Lee. He has traveled all over the world. He's home now. When they're bars, they pick up his wife and just ask him off the street to come on in and kill an hour. Oh, you've done so much. World War II, which I was in, came to the front. I had to go and attack the Japanese troops at that time. And you said, I've done my jokes. Hey, went to the back lines. I was so annoyed. Yeah, I'll make you one. I'm fed up with you, Bob. But I'll give you $100 if you marry my mother. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nobody greater.
I was in World War II. I never saw you.
Of course you did. They faced you the wrong way. I'm proud to be his friend, and certainly Mr. Martin is a dear friend of his time. Ladies and gentlemen, a great guy, and that's what you can say about Mr. Bob Hope.
I'm really delighted to be here at these auditions. But television is wonderful. Listen, television needs another Dean Martin roast like the CIA needs a press agent.
Hurry the fuck up, Nick!
That's just a great night. This night is about as exciting as watching the Walton family paper train their pet rock.
house with whipped cream.
Hurry up, you fucking asshole!
MGM Grand Hotel, huh? What mobs? The crowds around the crap table are 12 deep.
Oh my fucking god, I can't believe it takes that fucking long.
And what room service? 24 hours a day. You can get anything you want sent up to your room, unless your wife is with you. And I really have fun playing the slot machines here. It's nice seeing free oranges come up and not have Crosby force his kids to eat them. What a super hotel. He has his own helicopter landing area, and he doesn't have a helicopter. It's 19th Senator Bullmore. It's such a distinguished company. Distinguished company. I've seen better bodies blown out of the Hindenburg. Senator, you could have been at the White House watching home movies and then before doing the hustle with Mao Zedong. Now that everybody's running for president, why not I? Oh.
Jesus must be throwing nuclear grenades at them.
And what a vote getter. Most candidates lean toward the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Dean's the only candidate who leans toward all parties at once. They win some of the crucial primaries. Dean has a wide acquaintance in Florida, Jackie Gleason. We all know how fair-minded Dean is on foreign policy. French, German, Italian, Irish, Scotch. He'll drink it no matter where it's from. Into the administration. It should be easy for him. His breath would start the windmill turning on an old Dutch painting. Dean has always made news. Even as a kid, he made medical history. He was the first 7-year-old to have a liver transplant. Yes, he's been drinking since he was 7. His family didn't know he drank until one day they saw him sucking on a popsicle with an olive in it. From Ohio. Let me tell you, growing up in Steubenville wasn't easy. There were some pretty tough characters in Steubenville. Their idea of underarm protection was a .38 and a shoulder holster. Dean got his start in show business singing with a Sammy Watkins band in Cleveland. He got $7 a night, $9 when he didn't show up. Dean sang all the pop songs, but now all Dean sings is country and western. Now let me tell you, Dean singing country and western makes as much sense as Greg Allman giving Sonny Bono a welcome home party. Dean was in the Rat Pack. Those are the happiest days of Dean's life. Constantly surrounded by 3 guys who could carry you home. Now it was Frank who got Dean to join the Rat Pack. It was a private little in-group. Frank, Dean, Sammy Davis, Joey Bishop, and Peter Lawford. They made Las Vegas what it is today. The off-ramp between Sodom and Gomorrah. In spite of it all, Dean is one of America's great sex symbols. He's sort of a marinated Burt Reynolds.
This gentleman in the business, everybody, from the day I first started on television, was Dean Martin's show with Greg Garrison, and they put 40 million celebrities in the audience, including Mr. Hope at the time. And just every star that was available came to watch me, and I perspired, and I said to Dean, I'm frightened to death, my goodness. And he said, no, you'll be great, Pally. Greg Garrison, they believed in me, and they gave me an opportunity to be on Dean's show. He's an unusual man. You do not see him at too many social functions. He's not a crowd waver. He's just a beautiful human being that the entire industry says, like every guy turns around and says, boy, to be in Dean's company is a fun thing because he's a guy's guy. I will not say too much because he would be the first one to say, hey, probably that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, a guy that's loved, Mr. Dean Martin.
I never knew what it was, dais or dais. It looks like the board of directors of a massage parlor. Remember the famous words of Franz Schubert's mother, who once said,
Honestly, I was just there
Franz, come right back here and finish that fifth. See my favorite policewoman, Angie Dickinson. I tell you, she's one cop money can't buy. I know. I was in her dressing room before the show, and I cried. Fuzzy is in great demand on all the TV cop shows. Who else can play a hit and run victim without makeup? I love Fuzzy. She can do my show anytime. But did you ever get a look at her chest? Looks like two bagels taking a nap. Howard, I know why you're arriving towards the end. I spoke to your wife and she said you haven't been live on Saturday night for years. I really feel honored that Senator Goldwater elected to grace this day tonight. Tonight is the second time Barry Goldwater has made people laugh. First time was when he ran for the presidency. It's always a thrill to see my buddy Jimmy Stewart. Although he's done so many great movies, I'll always remember him for his great Philadelphia story. Jimmy spent a week with me and Sinatra in Tijuana and told his wife he was in Philadelphia. Even though Jimmy is getting on in years, he still has all the vitality of a hormone gingle. A mighty gingle. I know he's one of those guys. You know, when you think of great comedy teams, you have to include Laurel and Hardy, Abbott and Costello, Rowan and Martin, all great comedy teams of the past. Everybody knows Joe Namath, quarterback for the New York Jets. Joe had the same kind of year with the Jets that Abe Beam had with the city. Beautiful. You know, from the day Bob was born, everyone knew that he was going to be a comedian. Who can never forget his first word? But seriously, nurse. And needless to say, I'm very proud that Senator Hubert Humphrey could join us.
I was wrong about where I was.
I don't know if you...
No wonder I didn't see the dog.
Once tonight, did the senator say, I'm pleased as punch? That's because
I think they've already been killed.
Does a great impression of President Ford. In fact, it's so good, Bridget's popularity went down. Muhammad, don't worry about how your monologue went over tonight. I'll talk to the audience and try to get you a rematch. It's nice to see Paul then. Only time I get to see him lately is on Hollywood Squares. To make you feel at home, I want you to pretend Rosemary is sitting on your head. I'm glad my good friend John Wayne was able to be here tonight. I love the way he dresses when he's in those Western movies. Shiny studs on his shirt, a colorful kerchief, and high heels. I don't know why they call him the Duke. They should call him the Duchess. And what can you say about Orson Welles that Don Rickles hasn't already said about him? And I'll always love to see, my friend, buddy Gene Kelly, a guy who's always doing things. That's fortunate. He just flew in from Texas where he did a telethon to raise funds to build a clinic for sterile flies. And it's nice to see Tony Orlando here tonight. And thank you, Tony, for the nice words. Thank you very much. Well, that's about it, except I'd like to thank all you on the dais for your friendship, and I want you to know I'll remember this night until I get to my car. You know, I've been with NBC for over 20 years, and I'd like to thank you all for your loyalty and for looking in and sharing some laughs with us. I hope my most talented friends and I have provided you with a lot of this evening. This has been a most memorable evening for me, thanks to Jimmy Stewart, Senator Barry Goldwater, Gene Kelly, Gabe Kaplan, John Wayne, Howard Cosell, George Paul Baker, Georgia Engel, Rowan and Martin, Tony Orlando, Lance Dickinson, Senator Gilbert Humphrey, Nipsey Russell, Busty,
You keep laughing at that.
Foster Brooks, Orson Welles, Charlie Callis, Rich Little, Muhammad Ali, Joe Maynard, and my host,
Happy to do
my
it.
dear friend, Don Rickles. Good night.
Why would anyone take it? Why your Why What else?
There was a man. They didn't say much. I remember they called me the backup.
What we're talking is
So you think this institute is
Either way,
I need to find Sean.
Right.
Hold on a second, folks.
Focus on what you saw. What do these kidnappers look like? One of them came right up to me. Bald head.
Scar across his left eye.
Wait. It couldn't be. You didn't hear the name Kellogg at all, did you?
I might have. Everything was foggy.
It's way too big of a coincidence. Ellie, what notes do we have about the Kellogg case?
The description matches. Bald head, scar, reputation for dangerous mercenary work, but no one knows who his employer is.
And he bought a house here in town, right? And he had a kid with him, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. The house in the abandoned West Stands. The boy with him was around 10 years old.
You said he lives here? He's still in town?
They both vanished a while back, if I'm remembering right. But that house is still there. Let's you and I take a walk over to Kellogg's last known address. See if we can snoop out where he went.
Security doesn't really go to that part of town, but...
Hey, Valentine.
Come on. Kellogg's house ain't far.
Yes.
Let's take a look
now
around.
I'm feeling all sorts of
Kellogg must have
uncomfortable
left
about my
something
locker
behind.
back at HQ.
Well,
We've been
that's
traveling
one way
for
to
a
hide a
spell.
room.
Gwinnett stout beer, 44 caliber bullets, and cigars. San Francisco Sunlights.
Interesting brand. Won't lead us anywhere.
Uh-huh. I wonder if dog meat could pick up the scent.
Say, that's not a bad idea. Some dogs out there in the Commonwealth can track a man for miles. Why don't you go fetch him and let him have a whiff? See if he picks up the trail. Before you head out, I know this is personal business.
Right.
Besides, you already...
Mm-hmm. Goodbye, Nick.
Hopefully not forever. I want to see you and your kids safe and sound when you get back. Good to be back in Diamond City.
Dog meat. Get the scent, boy. Take me to him, boy. Take me to Sean.
That little mutt's gonna put Nick out of business with that nose of his. Now for Kellogg.
Utilize it.
Since always, well.
Hostile sensor reading.
Are you attempting an ambush?
I am detecting stealth activity. Why are you hiding? You must be...
Hello?
You cannot remain undetected for long.
Sensors indicating concealed organic life form.
Overactive sensors. Nothing more. Movement detected.
Destroy intruder.
Odd. It must be malfunctioning. Stealthy attack was unsuccessful in critical failure.
I heard something. There you are. You're good at this. Too good.
Going up. Lower. Lower. Going up. Lower. You must die now, human. Offline.
Yeah, if it isn't my old friend, the frozen TV dinner. Last time we met, you were cozying up to the keys and apple cobbler. Sorry, your house has been a wreck for 200. Never expected you to come knocking on my door. Gave you 50-50 odds of making it to Diamond City. After that, figured the Commonwealth would chew you up like jerky.
We got fun time in company. Back in business. You almost got away.
Pissed off, I get it, I do. But whatever you hope to accomplish in here, it's not gonna go your way. You got guts and determination. It's admirable. You are in over your head in ways you don't possibly.
Winning that
It's not too late. Stop. Turn around and leave. You have that option. Not a lot of people can say that. Okay, you made it. I'm just up ahead. My synths are standing down. Let's talk.
There he is. I heard something. Got me.
Bingo. All this tech. You were barely human.
Going up. Roof access.
People of the Commonwealth. Do not. Interfere. Our
When a tanker's favorite south. Wow, how do you...
Contact lost.
Both of us.
Target's gone. Search the area. Incoming.
Over here! Over here!
Don't look. You made that look easy.
Aha!
Weapons
Found
ready!
you! Oh, no, no. Caught you! Needs back up!
Aw, we were having such a good fight.
For victory!
Seems we have a tail.
Regroup!
We got fun time. There you are.
I'm covering fire! Now!
We're back for you.
Keep your head down!
For a gun right now.
Known to peek in a few pockets from time to time.
victory.
Lost visual. Target reacquired.
Now that's just, too bad for you. Don't mean to make you nervous, but I don't think we'll... Don't mean to make you nervous, but I don't think we're alone. New business model. Team up with a mortuary. You see where I'm going?
What I wouldn't get for a gun right now.
Right here, for Elder Maxon.
Area sweep, now.
Wrong move, pal.
Fight another day. And
No.
night. And day, etc.
Every penny he earns as a comedian, he donates to the Don Rickles Home for the incurably obnoxious. Some of his congregation have taken a while to get used to Don's style in the sermon. The church organist wasn't too flattered when Don asked him what a monkey was. A little nun was a little startled once when Don told a man sitting next to her to please keep his pulpit on a leash. People were taken aback at first by Don's version of the marriage ceremony. Do you, dum-dum, take this fish face to be your lovely lady? Don has been very...
He's my client.
The members of his parish are very careful not to commit any sins whatsoever. As for the penance, Don makes him watch reruns on his old TV set. Incidentally, some of Don's friends... Yeah, you're amazed how I can talk about my but they'll send you some wires, and I'm going to read some. I am. This close up, the president of NBC. Dear Don, you had a series on ABC Friday night at 10 o'clock. It was canceled. Then you had a series on CBS Friday night at 10:30. That was canceled. Do me a favor, Don. Get off the show fast. Our next guest is Jack Butler. You all know Jack. He's half an odd couple. Maybe next time we'll get the funny half.
Don's a bit with a lot of great stars, as we know. Clark Gable and Tony Curtis, Debbie Reynolds.
Come on, you fucking retard.
Once.
Oh my fucking god.
Actually, I think I already have some. I'll meet you there.
X-ray eyes and Edward laughing and Kelly's heroes. Those pictures make it easy to sum up in one word. Oh! Don't fake the laughter. But he's going to make a sensational comeback because next week Don starts his own life story from the film 8
mouth. And now I'd like you to meet Pat Henry. Pat worked and traveled with Frank Sinatra for years, which is one of the reasons Frank went into retirement. Very funny comedian, Mr. Pat Henry. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, there's something
Damn,
about
I'm
Don
missing
Rickles
it too
very few
fast.
people know. First of all, Don was born an only twin.
Let's see what you got.
As you look at Don, you know he wasn't a
Shut up,
very
you fucking
big.
bitch.
In fact, at birth, when the doctor held him up, he slapped him right in the face. And when his mother saw him, she slapped the doctor in the face. As you know, Don was a bottle-fed baby. Even his mother didn't trust him up close. Inside of all the kids at school, Don would tell him he had ESP. Unfortunately, he was trying to spell car. But you want to know what kind of a guy Don really is? He once invited Jewel Gibbons over for lunch. He served them poison ivy. One of Don's closest friends couldn't be with us tonight because he's up in Canada filming on location. But he insisted on being a part of tonight's roast. So, ladies and gentlemen, direct from Montreal is one of Hollywood's foremost actors, Mr. Kirk Douglas. Thank you, Dean. It's always be up here in Montreal when they're roasting Rickles down there. That's always been my favorite dish. Roast weasel.
Let's see what you got.
After all, weasels have feelings too. But actually, I owe a great deal to my good friend Don. You see, when an actor prepares for a character, he gets ideas from observing real people.
Get out of the way, you fucking idiot.
Don Rickles has always been a real character. Now, in many pictures, I patterned my characterizations after him. For example, I'm doing a picture up here in Montreal right now that's based a little bit on Don. It's called Mouse. Now, if it was really based on Don completely, we would have called it Rat. I remember that in Spartacus, I played a gladiator who fought more than 300 to the death. That was based on Don. He can't get along with anybody either. Yeah, Don gave me the inspiration for the dual role of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You know anybody more two-faced than Don? He also gave me my characterization for the trumpet player, the young man with a horn, because he's another blowhard with a lot of lip. Now, Bad and the Beautiful, though, it was 50-50. I used myself for the beautiful, and him for the bad. And champion, my prize fighter like Don didn't know when to quit. And finally, in my last picture, Scalawag, I played a peg-leg pirate who, like Don, doesn't have a leg to stand on, but he sure knows how to steal the money and run. Our next guest is the great impressionist, Mr. Rich Little. Yes, sir, Rich can be anybody he wants to be. Why he chose to be Rich Little, I'll never know.
When you're in business as long as me, you'll know how to read them lines, baby. A really great talent.
Sure. Let's take a look.
Thank you, Dean, for that strange introduction. Don, I'm a nice guy. Here this evening, instead of standing home and watching Bill Chamberlain drop basketballs in your mouth.
Hey, Liam.
Hey, it really is an
I'll take a look. Sure.
Pay tribute to this truly outstanding human being, Don Rickles. Not many people know this, but Don recently volunteered to take part in a series of experiments being conducted at the UCLA Medical Center. See, they're trying out new drugs on Don to see if they're safe for rats. I did that myself. But, you gotta learn. The hell with the impressions. You've been saying for years, right? Why don't you go home and take a warm bath? Watch the rubber duck run. Hey, I've really been looking forward to this occasion. In fact, a few nights ago, I had a dream about Don Rickles. Just my luck. Actually, it was more a nightmare. I dreamt that all the world's major political leaders had gathered at the White House in Washington for a conference to bring peace to the world. And in my dream, Don Rickles was President of the United States. And he was greeting them all. Now, here are some of the things that President Rickles was saying in my dream. King Faisal of Saudi Arabia, so glad you could come. Hope you find a parking place for your camel. Anyway, may I say something?
Sure.
Let's take a look. This from the bottom of my heart. You gotta be the ugliest king I've ever seen in my life. Your face was a building and be condemned. Anyway, gang. I love you. You're a wonderful little guy. You're a little taggy. I know you got a lot on your mind, but try to remember next time. No starts on the corner, huh? Fidel Castro, what are you doing here tonight, you hockey pot? What'd you do, get a note from the Russians saying you to take the night off? Miss Bentley, is that a beard or you sticking your head under your armpit? Anyway, gang.
Heard about that settlement? Nice.
What are you looking so scared for, you cocky butt? John Wayne's not here tonight. Oh, boy, what's a beautiful wife and your lovely kids. I must say, that's quite a party she's got this dog.
Such a stuff.
I awoke. The dream was over. I was waiting for the telephone. I picked it up. It was Don Rickles' agent telling me he wanted $75,000 for appearing in my dream. You know, because of Don's fighting style of humor, some people have the idea that he has a cruel streak. Don't you believe it? So, knowing what a fine person Don Rickles really is, it hurts me when I hear stories about him that I know to be false. And I would like to take this opportunity to deny some of these nasty rumors. In the first place, it's not true that when Don was a little boy, he used to hide his grandmother's bedpan in the freezer. It's simply untrue. Nor is it true that he staples worms to the ground so that birds trying to pull them out will get hernias. It's not true that Don once said to Pope Paul, "Tell me, Your Holiness, how come a guy as successful as you never married?" And it is absolutely untrue that in Don's home there is a roll of sandpaper in the guest bathroom. All these stories are completely false. Don Rickles is the kindest, sweetest, nicest person you will ever meet. And I am the Queen of Romania. Well, our next speaker is one of Hollywood's outstanding actors, Elvis Wallace, a man whose talent outshines his head. Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Kojak, Mr. Telly Savalas.
I'll take a look.
You know, they say that hate and love are very close emotions. And Don Rickles here is proof of that, because he's one of the few people I hate to love. And I can say that sincerely. Because for a long time now, Don has been he claims to be one of my best friends. During our early days in New York, he used to babysit for me. He's much more mature, as you know. Don and I were inseparable. We had the kind of friendship that nothing could ever break up. It lasted until he moved across the street. But to this day, I know I can count on him. In any emergency, Don, he's always right there when he needs me. Life. I was the one who used to love. I also helped straighten her tooth before she married Don, and she wound up with this molar. It's called Kelly's Heroes. Yugoslavia. One of the few places in the world where you can still enjoy yourself without having a good time.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Someone wants to find an actor as a person who tries to be everything but himself. In Don Rickles' case, believe me,
yeah, let's see.
Himself would be an improvement.
Complete without our next guest. He's famous for his after-dinner speeches. He's one of the legends of show business, and he certainly needs no introductions.
I don't know.
There he is. A wonderful man.
I'm coming in tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I was told and solemn maternity to show our dearly departed friend, Don Rickles. Words alone cannot convey the grief that I feel in my heart to this wonderful man who was taken away from us, all of whose soul that big stage door to the score.
Oh,
Join the other players from the housing down for show business. Let's luminaries and George and Coleman, Al Jolson and Ricardo Cortez. Ladies and gentlemen, Don Rickle shall not pass this way again, and for that we can all be grateful. But let me just for a moment recount to you those last poignant days in Don's life. Before the final curtain ran down for eternity, his lovely wife Barbara came to his deathbed with her new fiancé.
Let's see what you have.
Under that crisis of hatred and cruelty was a layer of warmth and hope. And under that layer, ladies and gentlemen, was another layer of even more hatred and cruelty. There's much more I can say, but I have to leave. I'm doing a Morris Griffin. And now it is the request of the family that we all get into our limousines and drive out to Don's final resting place, the Farmer's Lawn Animal Cemetery. Finally, all I can say is really hard. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome a great astronaut and a great pal of our man of the week, Captain Eugene Cernan.
Hey, Myrna.
Thank you very much, Dean.
Let's see what you got.
I'm very proud to be called a friend of Don's. It's certainly a privilege to share with you this evening this honor. I guess you'd call it an honor that you're bestowing upon Don, because from what I've heard, you deserve it all. I'm here this evening is that I've been credited with some people with what many call a remarkable accomplishment. I'm one of a handful of men who have achieved the near impossible. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I, Gene Cernan, have actually spent 10 whole minutes with Don Rickles without belling him in the mouth. I've known Don for quite a few years. As a matter of fact, that may be one of the main reasons that I chose to go to the moon. Hopefully to get a little peace and quiet for a change. And when you know it, while we're out there 250,000 miles away from home on our way to the moon, someone decided to pipe up your act, Don, up into the spacecraft. I later found out that our mission was a little bit more than just a lunar landing, but it was somewhat of an endurance test. We were actually checking our threshold of pain. But you know, very sincerely, Don, you would have made a great astronaut, and I really do mean that. If we decided to send Don Rickles to the moon, I know we'd all save a lot of money, because I'm sure the vote in America would be for a one-way trip. God bless you.
Our next speaker has never met Don Rickles. Oh, that's a lucky guy. But he asked especially if you could come here tonight just to pay tribute to him. Ladies and
welcome Mr. Foster Brooks. Thank you very much. As the important Frederick and gentlemen just told you, I have never met Don Rickle. In fact, he's probably wondering what I'm doing. He has never even seen. He has never seen me before. He's never heard of me, and our paths have never crossed. However, Mr. Rickles, you and I do have an indirect relationship. You see, I'm fooling around with your watch. So you see, we do have something in common. I hope you understand, Don. We are trying to keep this very...
We're going to take a little break, folks. I'm playing for almost 5 hours. I'm going to stop the broadcast. I'm going to leave the game paused like it is, and I'll stream again in a couple hours.
Station to contact.